All right, there we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I got Diane this time. All right. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to the technically Friday stream. Technically, this is the Friday stream. I'm a little bit later than usual, but I'm just gonna count this as a Friday stream. I definitely need to catch up in Project NeuroCloud events. You haven't touched the game in a while and since it launched? Honestly, like, there's definitely a lot of story to go through, so you got content. So you don't have to worry about, like, catching up with the story too fast, which is actually kind of a good thing. I know that a lot of people tend to get overwhelmed when they get into a game late, but, like, I've actually never had that problem. Like, it's better off than, like, playing a game when it's brand new, and it's like, there's only like maybe like 10 hours worth of content, and then, like, you're caught up, you know? So it's kind of nice in another way when you get into a game late, and it's like, oh, like, there's a lot of stuff to go through. Like, I don't know where to start first, and I actually think that's a good thing. Not to mention, like, with power creep, the game makes it really easy now just to really catch up with the chapters. Like, new characters are just, like, so much more powerful. Older characters got a buff. So yeah. No, it is not a tower defense map kind of game. It's honestly, like, I still have a hard time trying to grasp, like, the definition of the term, but the official definition that the fans use, as well as the official developers do, Mica, it's auto chess. They call it an auto chess game. I still have trouble grasping, like, that genre, but an auto chess game simply means that, like, the game basically plays itself. The only thing that you have to do is, like, decide on, like, the equipment that your characters go in, like, before you even, like, start the map or something. So you decide on their equipment, you level up their skills and stuff, but then ultimately, when you're actually in combat, you kind of don't do anything. You kind of just watch them, and then, like, maybe you might be able to, like, influence certain things, like, maybe you could tell them to just, like, direct their attacks at, like, a certain, like, enemy or something, but other than that, you don't have, like, a lot of influence. So if your party has, like, bad synergy, you can't magically make them have good synergy. You just kind of had to, like, switch out the party or something. Which actually kind of makes sense lore, because you're a commander, so you can't actually tell the characters what to do specifically. You just tell the characters, like, hey, work together and kill the boss, and you're kind of, like, behind the lines, basically. But yeah, it's not a tower defense game in that, like, there is, like, a goal that you're trying to prevent the enemies from getting to, and, like, the enemies have to go through, like, a maze or something. Nah, it's like the enemies are trying to kill you. So yeah, it's definitely not a tower defense game. Now, there is a tower defense minigame in the game, but it's just a minigame, though. It's not, like, the official way you're meant to play the game. Oh god, I haven't done my dailies yet. The tower defense minigame in this game is also, like, not well liked by the community, as far as I'm aware. So, like, they don't put as much dev time into that anyway. Minigames are kind of like, they're kind of popular right now. I noticed, like, in the mobile game space. a lot of different devs now. They're like, oh, people like minigames. We're gonna make sure our game has like 10 different minigames to play, and then kind of ignore like the base gameplay. I know that's what the hell Nikkei's doing. Nikkei literally has a dozen minigames in it. Some of them are hit and miss. Some of them are pretty good though. But yeah, don't ignore the base game. I like to call that the Final Fantasy problem, because like Final Fantasy loves to put minigames in their RPGs. Some have more than others. I think Final Fantasy VII was the worst offender of this, but unfortunately Final Fantasy VII is the most popular of all the Final Fantasies, so Square is gonna keep on copying like the way they made Final Fantasy VII. And Final Fantasy VII has like 15 minigames in it. So like, yeah, like all their Final Fantasies after 7, they all have a lot of minigames in it. Unfortunately. I need to do this as well. Okay, before I even do the event, I gotta fucking do my dailies. I need to do my dailies. I'm already overleveled for this, so... Yeah, like, I think also I'm starting to see, like, a resurgence of mobile games that are having, like, a PC client. And I think, like, now we're getting into a part where, like, a lot of devs are trying to copy Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is in a weird spot where, like, it doesn't know if it wants to be... It doesn't know if it wants to be a mobile game or if it wants to be a console game. And I think that's a problem, because other games are copying that too. They're starting to have, like, a PC client. And, like, if your game needs a PC client, then I think you've already gone away from mobile gaming. Because PC client players will always have an advantage over, they're always going to have an advantage over, like, mobile players. The same thing happened with, like, League of Legends. Like, League of Legends, a lot of people were crying foul. It's like, wait, there's going to be, like, a mobile version, but, like, mobile players can play with like, PC players. There's definitely, like, an unfair advantage, like, with that and shit like that. So, like, the League of Legends devs had to make sure that, like, they separate the player bases. So that way, like, phone players wouldn't have to compete with PC players. But Genshin Impact does not do that. So, phone players can play with PC players. And if you don't have, like, a beefy phone for certain stuff, then, like, the PC player would just be better than you. The PC player won't have to worry as much about lag. They won't have to worry about frame droppages and shit. I mean, thankfully, Genshin Impact doesn't really have a PvP system. It's mostly, like, PvE. But still, though, you don't want to be the guy who's lagging the party, though. Because maybe you're the only guy playing on phone, and then your 3 other party members are playing on PC. Same thing, too, for, like, Zenless Zone Zero. Like, I got a pretty good smartphone, but I'd still rather play Zenless Zone Zero on PC, though. It just plays better on PC. Zenless Zone Zero is pretty beefy, even if you, like, lower all the graphical settings. So, the only time I ever, like, will load up Zenless Zone Zero on my phone is if I'm not at home and I just need to do my dailies really quick. It's like, fine, I'll do my dailies. But, like, if I actually want to play the campaign or something, I'm not doing that on my phone. I'm doing that on my PC. I'm not touching the phone at all for that. With Nikkei, like Nikkei is made for mobile phone, which is good. But then, unfortunately, Nikkei is starting to get into the same problem with minigames, though. So some of their minigames play better on PC, on the PC client, than on the phone client. Like, the first couple of minigames that, like, Nikkei had, they were swiping minigames. Now, that's good, because mobile phones is made for swiping. It's made for touchscreen input. So the first couple minigames that Nikkei made was, like, match the icons or something, or, like, fucking, like, Bejeweled, or, like, Candy Crush kind of minigames. That works. That works for a phone. But the latest minigames that, like, Nikkei has tried to make on their game, it's like, There was the fucking Dave the Diver minigame, which was practically the whole entire fucking game. And then there was also like the Metroidvania, the castle Metroidvania game that they just had. That did not deserve to be on a mobile platform. Like, it played horribly on mobile phones. You needed to play that on PC. And some people, they have a better phone than they have a PC. I mean, like, not that the Nikkei PC client is that beefy anyway, because, like, it's, you know, it's a mobile phone game anyway, but it's still, though, not very many people have a beefy PC, so, like, some people have a better phone than they have a computer, because they use their phone for everything. But, yeah, their minigames have been very console. They've been very console-like or something. Oh no, but like I agree though. I agree. Like, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. I'm excited for Girls Frontline 2 to come out, but like it's literally XCOM, and like a game like XCOM was not made for mobile phones. That's why when XCOM did come out with a mobile phone game, it plays differently. They could not make it play the same way on mobile phones. They had to like change it up a lot. Girls Frontline 2 is literally XCOM, so there's gonna be a PC client. There's gonna be a PC client, there's gonna be, obviously you can play it on your phone. Unless you have like a top-of-the-line phone though, I would only recommend the phone for dailies. I would not use the phone to play campaign. My phone's pretty good, but it's definitely not top-of-the-line though. And the only reason why my phone's pretty good is because I use it for streaming purposes. That's the only reason why. Well, okay, I cheat. I have two phones. I have a personal phone and then I have a business phone. So I cheat with that. There we go. Oh, I just gotta do that for one more day, and then my week will be done for that. This is how daily should be. It should be quick and easy. Genshin Impact probably has like the worst dailies I've ever seen from a game. Maybe not the worst, but it's definitely up there though. Like you gotta go through like entire like half dungeons and shit or whatever like that to try and like complete everything. With this I can AFK, which is actually what I do. Every time I do my dailies for Project Neurocloud, I just like watch a YouTube video while my dailies are running in the background. Howdy, howdy! Welcome to the Friday stream, even though it's technically not Friday anymore. Need to catch up with the event they just added in a couple days ago for Project Neurocloud. We just got finished with the Girls Frontline event, and now there's already a Project Neurocloud event. Sometimes I like playing on the behind server. It's like, the game is warning me. It's like, oh, you're farming for shit that, like, you're gonna have extra of. It's like, oh, I know game, but I can see into the future. I know that in the Asian server, this character is gonna get an update. So that's why I'm farming, I'm preemptively farming. Although, it's good that the game warns you, though. The game warns you if you're gonna overfarm. However, since I play on EN, I'm gonna be behind the Asian server. So it's like, oh, like, I could see into the future, and I could see what characters get upgrades. I could see who becomes meta and shit. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll future farm. Yeah, I've never really been much of a mobile player, actually. So like, back when, like, I couldn't get emulators to run on my computer, I just straight just never played them. I don't like looking at my phone. I hate looking at my phone to play games on. So, once I was finally able to get emulators working, it's like, I could finally, like, actually enjoy these games. But it does seem more and more games want to go the console route. So, like, they're starting to actually have PC client or console clients. But again, now I feel like devs don't know what kind of games they want to make no more. Is it meant to be mobile friendly, or is it meant to be console friendly? Here's the thing, like, even though, like, I will always advocate for, like, the console version, it does kind of limit developer space, though, because the developers have to make sure that it plays on phones. So they get restricted in their freedom on that. It's like, yo, like, we made this super awesome dungeon. It's like, cool. So that's working on the computer. Does it work on the phone? And it's like, oh shit, it doesn't work on phones. It's like, well, you guys need to downgrade something. You're gonna have to downgrade something. You're gonna have to, like, change it up a bit, because now you made it too good. You made it too good for phones. So you gotta change it up a bit. Like, that's why nobody ever plays fighting games on mobile. Because Capcom tried that. Capcom tried to get Street Fighter 4 on mobile, which it did work. It technically worked, but then, like, it technically worked, but then, like, it was just trash though. It was so bad. Like, you really couldn't really pull off any combos on the Street Fighter 4 mobile thing, so people just gave up on it, and Capcom never tried it again. You need buttons. You need, like, a physical controller or arcade stick to play a fighting game. You cannot do that on a phone. I don't care how much of a fighting game fan you are. It's like, do you really need your fighting game fix on the go? Just wait till you get home. Wait till you get home to play Street Fighter. Wait till you get home to play Marvel vs. Capcom. You don't need to play Marvel vs. Capcom on your phone when you're waiting in the dentist's office. You really don't. But that's because, like, I'm not part of this generation. To me, like, gaming has always been, like, an at-home thing. So, like, I can't get in the mindset that, like, I want to, like, play, like, a full-fledged game when I'm, like, not at home. If I'm not at home, I'm doing something. I'm running errands. I'm hanging out with friends. I'm doing shit. So I don't need to play video games when I'm away from home. I forgot to get my free oath ring. Professor, it's the 2nd anniversary. Yay. Thanks for the free oath ring, Mica. They almost never give this shit for free. That's, that costs money. That's great for free-to-play players. There is literally no way to get that with in-game currency. You have to pay money for that. So, if you're free-to-play, at least you get an oath ring. You could marry one of your waifus now. That use the rhombus data. That's what that is. Man, we got the Chinese New Year event. We got, like, the actual story event. There was the Girls Frontline event. Next month, Girls Frontline 2 comes out. Mica is cooking too much right now. I've been playing nothing but Mica games lately. And then, like, I still try to get my Zenless Zone 0 dailies in. And Nikkei dailies. Can't forget the Nikkei. I forgot that I have my controller plugged in. I don't gotta actually use the mouse for this. I could just use my controller. One. You. Ugh, I'm getting so Lucky with the blue one. All right. You need the fox one? I'll give you a fox one. God, I feel like no one's reading the fucking, like, the fucking, like, quest thing. You guys need to give, like, the item that your friend is lacking. You have 0 of those, so I'll give you a panda one. You don't have any of those, so I'll give you that one. You don't have any dumplings, I'll give you that one. You don't have any dumplings either, I'll give you this one. We're supposed to help each other. And... Alright, I'm done with this one. My god, they gave such a serious story to the main character. The base has definitely been better. I mean, there's always something wrong with the base. We're always getting invaded. Although I'm pretty sure this is actually a flashback sequence. So this is technically a prequel. Then I need to... I kind of like that they separated the story segments from the gameplay, but I also kind of miss, like, the actual, like, gameplay lore accuracy. I need to spend 1,000 dog tags. I can do that. So now, like, it kind of feels... It kind of feels like I'm playing, like, a separate game aside from the story. But I also understand, like, why people like this format better, though. Because, like, this format's good, so that way you could farm, like, the different like side games, so that way you can read the story all in one go. Because not everybody has, like, a super strong team, so it's like you can play up to part 10, and then, like, if you're a new player, you're too weak to do part 11, and then, like, you're not going to be strong enough by the end of the event to finish it. So technically, you can't finish the event, and then, like, you're either going to have to, like, YouTube the story or something like that, because, like, obviously, like, you're left at a cliffhanger if you're a new player, because you're too weak to finish it. But with the way they've done it now, it's like you could be a new player, but, like, as long as you play all the other side content, which is, like, separate from, like, your account power, then you can complete the story. You can complete the story, so that way you don't have to, like, worry about, like, missing out on anything. So that's good. That's good. But my only issue with that, though, is, at least with the previous event, is, like, you get to chapter 6, and then it's like, oh, like, some villain pops out, and then you fight the villain. And that's pretty cool. But now, like, the battle's all done, like, via cutscene. You don't actually, like... You don't actually, like, do anything now. You just... It's a visual novel. Now it's a visual novel. But, to be fair, that's what Mica makes, though. Mica doesn't actually make a game. Mica just makes visual novels now. Girls Frontline stopped being a game, like, a long time ago. Girls Frontline is just a visual novel. Project Neurocloud is just a visual novel. And Girls Frontline 2 is also a visual novel. They don't actually make a game. They make a visual novel that has side games in it. And I think anybody that's a fan of Mica, that's what we've all come to expect now. Which is fair. Honestly, it's kind of fair, I think. We're here for the story. We're not here for the gameplay. For the gameplay, I'll go play something else, I guess. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, I need to... Not this one. I need to use up some of my stamina. I haven't done this one. Shit. How far do I need to get to? Clear 20 levels in the labyrinth. Defeat 500 enemies in Ash and Sky. Oh, I need to kill literally one more dude. Okay. I'll get that eventually. Clear 15 stages in Ash and Sky. You clear 6 missions. Got it. Okay, so I still can't do extreme, and I don't get what it wants from me. Level up and equip power factions before attempting. But I already did that. You want me to level up more? I already have, like, OP teams. That's the problem. I already feel like I'm strong enough, but the game is telling me I'm not strong enough. So I did this one. Yep, I did those. Okay, did those. Haven't done that one yet. And I haven't done this one. Ugh. Ugh, I don't want to do this one on stream. This one takes too long. I'm not doing that. This is Matrix mode. Labyrinth Delve. What are my missions for Labyrinth Delve again? I could do the Ashen Skies whenever. Oh, wait. I'm actually almost done with the event already. All my other shit is for Ashen Skies. Clear 20 layers. Ah, that's the one I need to do. Okay. Wait. It didn't specify which one I had to do that in. It just said clear 20 layers. So I guess I could just take my save out that I already did before. Because I'm already over-leveled. I stopped at 16 because I thought 16 was enough, but they want me to do 20 for some reason. Yes, this is fine. This game is definitely very mobile friendly because it's an auto chess player. I really don't have to do anything because I'm over leveled. I honestly don't. On dodging. My characters don't dodge. Everyone's a spellcaster. We're not even doing stages. This is a fucking boss rush mode. Oh, they fucking flipped my characters. Oh, I got fucked. They literally just flipped my characters. That's not fair. Well, that's on me. That's on me for not paying attention. That's on me. All right, this is fine. This is fine. No. Yeah, like this. This is so not the team I'm supposed to be using. I am doing no damage. This team literally exists to push buttons for the other team. This team isn't meant to fight. That's why this team only has like 1 DPS. I can't lose 416. If I lose 416, I'm fucked. That's where all my damage is coming from. The only character here with a gun. Oh god, that was painful. This team is very not optimized. Alright, none of this does anything for me. I have like one OP team that I rely on for damage. Alright, this time I paid attention to which team I was sending. I also checked ahead, like in the Asian server, so I know this team is still meta. Oh, big damage, big damage. It's like the only other MMORPG I played where like looking in the future didn't help was like Ragnarok Online. In Ragnarok Online, there was no point in like looking ahead in the future because every server was treated differently. So like every server was allowed to make their own like quest and shit. So like nothing was ever the same. All units gain the offensive buff. Increased damage dealt. Oh, I want that. Oh, I gotta have that. What am I getting rid of? Yeah, I guess I'm getting rid of that one. Big damage. Yep, same formation. We're not gonna change a thing. Not changing a thing. I still don't get like why the fan base doesn't like Matrix mode. I love Matrix mode. Lose 10% of current HP when making normal attack. Deals true damage. I can't take it anyway. Anything I want to buy? That's the only thing I want to buy. Oh, I almost made the same mistake. Alright, this should be like my 20th victory. And then I could just leave. Because this technically goes on forever. This is infinite stages. This does not like stop. This will just keep going on forever. Let's teleport my DPS out of there. Everybody here only exists to give damage to Darkstar Hubble. I could probably keep going until like stage 30, but the game doesn't give me anything for doing 30 stages. But I could though, I could. There were 20 layers. Alright. Alright, expend keys. I'll get through that. Clear 32 layers and Labyrinth Delve. I'll get that eventually. Defeat 500 enemies in Ashen Skies. I'll get that eventually. Wait, clear 32 levels in Labyrinth Delve. Oh, they do want me to do more of those. I don't get to see all the missions. I get to see the missions, like, unlock every time I do the previous one. So it kind of doesn't matter then. Purchase 80 items total in the shop. I'll get that eventually. Spend 5,000 tickets. Spend 500 until traces by depot. Clear 6 stages. Cash for Ashen Skies. It's like, the only reason why I'm not doing Ashen Skies more is because that's an AFK thing. I'm supremely over-leveled, but like, it takes time to do that. So like, I just do when I'm watching like a YouTube video or something. Or a live stream. Unlock factor 9 times. This shit is just random. Like, the game automatically just, like, upgrades shit for you. So, like, I don't actually have to do anything in here. I just have to, like, just equip the stuff that I want, and that's about it. This is very passive compared to the other events, where, like, you actually had to, like, actually upgrade everything. And I can't seem to, like, really, like, farm for, like, any specific, like, upgrade. Like, I just get them or I don't get them. And you get them, like, just by playing the game. And that's about it. Oh, boy. Did you want to play Vampire Survivors in your, fucking mobile game? Because I sure did. There's already, like, fucking 10 copycats out there for Vampire Survivors. Wait. Yeah, I want that one. I need to get a score of 3,000. I don't know how I get it with, like, without these. After 10 seconds into battle, deals damage equal to 10% of their max HP to all units on the battlefield. That's just neutral. Not only recover HP, I definitely want that. I don't want that. I don't want those either. It's like, this should be fine. Oh, wait, I didn't save. There. Alright, so EOS is good for AoE. Kluke is good for, like, single targeted damage. Kurisu is supposed to be, like, stupidly, good, just because of her, like, dummies and shit. But I gotta try out the new girl, though. Since Hirasi's second version, I gotta try this out. I don't know if they, like, made the game specifically for her, or anything. Because, like, this seems to play the same way as, like, the other, other events. So I don't know if they made this different just for her. Looks the same. There it is. Okay. I had to figure out what my special was. Because I hotkeyed my special and everything to the controller. Forgot that actually I had to collect money manually here. I will take the laser cannon. I can't afford anything. Oh, I'll take a summoned creature, though. Anything to, like, get the enemies to, like, not attack me. And I'll take the extra projectile. She looks like she plays the same way as 416. I'm basically playing as 416 right now. She has like a fucking AoE bomb and everything. What's your special do? Oh, I gotta select a spot. I feel like that animation didn't line up with what happened. She went forward to, like, stab, but then, like, an explosion happened where she stabbed. At least Kluke makes sense, since Kluke throws out a grenade. When an enemy holds 6 stacks of Nyx Flames, purge all Nyx... I'm not even doing that, so... create a poison pool. Let's refresh. Leave behind poison. 50% chance. 50% chance isn't bad. Projectiles do more damage. Well, I'm basically doing projectiles, so that'll do. I'm certainly not a melee character. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, the extra attack is so good. I should probably be more liberal with my special, since, like, it has a cooldown anyway. So, like, it's not like I could spam it. It's like I also just got finished with my fucking Holocure streams, so... Let's see... Operand. I do physical damage. I guess I'm taking the poison. attack increased by 10%. I'll take that. My only criticism here is that, like, Mica hasn't changed this game ever since they introduced it. I wish there was, like, a music jukebox thing I can do, so that way I could, like, listen to different music as I play this. I mean, technically, I could just, like, turn off the sound and listen to my own music, but, you know, it'd be cool to have that as an option in-game, though. Listen to, like, other Project NeuroCloud music, rather than, like, me listening to, like, whatever, like, weeb anime music I'm listening to at the moment or something. I'm taking damage I'm not supposed to take. I especially like that the summon characters, like, get money for me. I like that a lot. Defeat enemies. If enemies defeated by Ice Blast generate pools of ice. I'm not using ice right now, so, like, that doesn't do anything for me. I guess I'm taking this one, even though my character's not a, my character's not like a hash rate character, but it's what I had to take, though. Ooh. Gain 1%, 1.5, or 2% increased damage for every 5 coins in your possession. So that just gets better the richer I get, as long as I don't spend money. Well, like, now this one's good for me. Like, that's good for me now since I'm actually applying Nyx Flames. Oh! 3 projectiles. I will take that. I will gladly take that. To the 3... A spear towards the 1 closest enemy, the 3 closest enemies. I'll take that too. I don't need that. Alright, let's not waste any time here. That had to be done. They dropped a scary enemy on me. That had to be done. I had to do that. They essentially dropped like a mini-boss on me. That is a lot of, like, Nyx Flame pull. That's a lot of pulls I'm dropping. Whenever an ally summons a unit, they fire Ice Blast. Oh, that helps me with my whole summoner thing I got going on here. I'm assuming all this summoner shit works great for, like, Undine. I've only, like, really tried Undine once. This is the only thing I want to upgrade. %150%. I don't really need that. $40. Nah, that doesn't help me either. Alright, every time I attack the same target, like, I do more and more projectiles. That sounds good for a boss character. Oh, that was amazing. That was super amazing. I assume that shit works great if I was actually playing Undine. Now I kind of want to do an Undine run, but this is kind of like less fun versus like Vampire Survivor or like Holocure, so I don't really want to play this game anymore. I don't know if Mica has it in them to make this more fun. They might be restricted to like their programming. Because, like, they really can't add, like, this shit in Girls Frontline. Girls Frontline is made out of spaghetti coating. Like, they can't do anything in that fun in that game. So, like, this is probably, like, the best they can do with the programming that they're doing in Project NeuroCloud. I don't think they could get anything better than this. Well, I kind of want to do the upgrade, though. But this one is already a gold. I want that. Alright, this is the last stage. So, I guess I could just kind of just take whatever. I would just take the upgrades, I guess. Alright, boss, here it is. Oh, that hurt. That actually kind of hurt. Alright, so, like, there's no point in me gaining money anymore. This is already, like, the last stage. Oh, wait, did I kill the boss already? I think I over-prepared. She's already dead. Well, there's still a point for me to get money, because, like, that increases my score, and I'm pretty sure the mission was to get a score of 3,000, which I'm pretty sure I got. I'm already on my 3,000 score. So I do want to get the money. I do want the money. I got a score of 41,000. So I think I'm pretty good for score. I would have got a score of 30. Oh wait. That's my damage total. So I got a score bonus of like 5% since I did take like the neutral. I took the neutral protocol, but I guess I didn't really need it though. I probably would have got a score of like maybe like 38,000. I would have been fine. How's my friend ranking going? I'm 4th. Oh shit, I'm at 41,000. Third place, 71,000. Second place is 142,000. 189,000. That's the one to beat, huh? That is the one to beat. Alright, let me see. Achieve a 60,000 score in run. Score 100,000 points. Score a total of... Okay, this one is just score like a total. So, like, this one just needs me to keep on playing it every day. I could do that. I just have to make sure I remember to actually play it every day. Score of 30,000, score of 50,000. Oh! So, like, my score was, like, 41,000, but I did play the game before, though. So, like, I guess it's a cumulative, even though it doesn't seem like it is. It says rich 50,000, but, like, I definitely did not get that in one running, though. I definitely got lower. I think the last time I played, I got a score of, like, of only, like, 15,000, because I was kind of just spamming shit. So 41,000 plus 15,000 does get me up to 50,000. I'm still a little bit confused on, like, what the game wants me to do here. Unlocks after completion. Level up and equip power factors before attempting. Like, I am leveled up, though. It's like, I have to assume that they just want me to level up some more. I wish I knew what they meant. The highest level I have for, like, my factors is level 6. And that's just, like, the passive shit. All the active ones, they're only, like, level 2 and level 3. I got a couple level 4s here and there, but I really don't know what the game wants from me. Oh, wait. Is this what you want me to do? You actually want me to buy this shit? Oh, I can't. I don't have any. Automatically converted after acquiring max level factor. What? Oh, shit. I am nowhere close to that. That's why I haven't got any of this. Huh. Oh yeah, I need to actually get the character first. I'm dumb. I actually haven't even gotten Tony yet. Oh my god, husbando character. I haven't actually even read the story yet. I've just been doing like my dailies because I wanted to get my reaction for like the stream. The game doesn't even tell me like if I've actually beaten like any of these stages. I just have to like remember like which stages I've beaten. I could tell I've beaten this one because like the quick battle thing is there, but I haven't tried the other ones yet. Quick battle is not clickable. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is a prequel. I don't think this is an entropic thing, because if this was an entropic story, I'd be seeing entropics around. There's also the fact that, like, I'm seeing, like, Clotho. I see Clotho and Centaurosi together, so, like, this has definitely got to be a prequel kind of thing. This is more backstory for Centaurosi, and Centaurosi is in Girls Frontline 1 and 2. So this is just more story for her, even though, like, as of right now, Girls Frontline 2 hasn't made any reference to Project NeuroCloud, so it's already, like, pretty spotty on, like, the canonicity of this game, which is kind of disappointing. I do not want the children to hear. Cries of anger drowned out by cold gunshots. Yeah, this definitely sounds like a prequel. I do not want the children to see. Nameless flowers in the white, sleeping forever in a filthy trench. So, mother, this dove of mine might never return to its nest. But do not weep, for I know the spirit of freedom will always spread its wings in the light of daybreak. From the diary of an unknown soldier. In the Oasis Lounge. The morning sunlight pours in through the windows as Clotho enjoys a leisurely breakfast. Do you want some music to whet your appetite? Let me see. How about something jazz or blues? Reminder that Hell is a girl. At least that's what they keep saying in the thing. They always refer to Hell as a lady, which means we definitely need like an April Fool's event where Hell gets a body or something. Heyo, heyo, welcome to the Friday stream. It's not Friday technically no more, but it was Friday when I kind of started. If we're gonna get like a April Fool's event where like all like the inanimate characters like get a female body form, then like there's like also like the Ermine that Simo has. So like the Ermine Simo has also needs to be turned into a waifu. I think it's a boy. I think it's a boy Ermine. So that needs to be turned into a husbando. And then Hell also needs to get a body. Oh, and then there's the pets too. So like Kluke's cat needs to get like a humanoid body. Betty's cat needs to get a humanoid body. I think Shale has 2 cats. Shale had a Calico or something. So Shale's 2 cats also need to get like a humanoid body. There's also like the little robot thing that Cascadia has. So like the little robot guy also needs to get like a waifu body or something. I'm not sure if the little robot dude Cascadia has like identifies as a boy or girl. Maybe it could be a husband though to like round out all the girl characters. The light of daybreak ill suits your clamor, Hell. The gentle sunlight, the fresh scent of grass, and the vigor of life is the best depiction of the dawn. How about a little ditty then? Hell switches her neurocloud to broadcast mode. A brief silence later, her vocalizer modules begin playing a European nursery rhyme. The music fills the room with gentle warmth, making listeners think of snow melting and flowers blossoming across a little certain European city. I assume this is meant to be like read like a poem, but I'm not really sure what the rhythm's supposed to be like, so I'll just read this normally. When you left the flowers withered, when you left summer gave away to autumn, those who ran to the battlefield, where do you rest now? Whether the world is lush and green, whether the world is stark yet pale white, whether it is night or day, I will be waiting here for you to return. May the gun smoke have faded when we meet again. May the fires have burned out when we meet again. Though it is indistinct at times, the music still resonates with the memories of good old days, painting the lounge in quiet shades of melancholy. The song draws Centaurosi, who is making flower arrangements nearby, and she slowly walks over to Clotho's table. His song. Do you like it, Centaurosi? Ah, I believe the song came from a place where you once lived. Yes, I should have heard this song before, but... Okay, yeah, so this event is definitely a prequel. This event doesn't even take place... This is just one entire backstory event. This doesn't even take place, like, in Megressi. So, this event is technically Girls Frontline, now that I think about it. Like, it doesn't take place in Megressi or anything, so this is actually a Girls Frontline story. We're going back. We're going back to the real world here. We're going back to T-dolls, not agents. Although I'm pretty sure Clotho was never classified as a T-doll. Clotho was just classified as like a civilian doll. I'm not sure they even gave Clotho like a fire control component or whatever like that. The core thing. I don't think Centaurosi knows how to use a gun or anything like that. Or not Centaurosi, Clotho. I don't think Clotho was a gun character. Although, if they were to ever add Clotho to like Girls Frontline 2 or some shit, I could definitely see Clotho as a shotgun character. You can substitute like the armor bits for like Hell, and then you could just give Clotho like a shotgun, and like that'll kind of work out, I guess. Although with Clotho's job, I guess you wouldn't really want Clotho like in the front lines though, and shotgun characters are in the front lines. So I guess you'd rather have Clotho as a sniper rifle. Clotho would be a rifle character, so that way she can like be further away and like not get hurt or something. I really do want to see Clotho in GFL too, just so that way like there could be a mission where it's like a kind of like an escort mission. And the commander is like inside Hell. So you had to like protect Clotho. You had to protect Clotho because you had to protect the commander. The commander is like in a red zone. So like he's like in danger of being irradiated. So like Hell is equipped with like anti-radiation stuff. So like the commander's hurt. So the commander would go inside Hell, and then Clotho would carry the coffin around. And then, like, Clotho would have, like, a handgun or something. And then, like, everybody else has to protect Clotho. Because protecting Clotho is protecting the commander. And the commander's inside the coffin. Like, unconscious or something. Like, that'd be kind of a cool way to do an escort mission. Or something like that. So, yeah. Centaurosi recalls a certain war-torn town in winter. Broadcast through ancient speakers, the endless sounds of gunfire. Explosions which shake the very world and the gloomy overcast sky. It seems so familiar. Why can't I remember anything? Countless images flit through Centaurossi's mind. The fragments of memory scatter like they were blown away, and she cannot hold onto them. I don't like that KSVK basically has amnesia in GFL2. I hope that they do like an entire like character story for KSVK to get her memories back or something. Because KSVK like doesn't remember GFL1 and she doesn't remember like PNC or whatever like that. She's basically like a brand new character in GFL2. So I hope like there's a whole entire thing for like getting like her memory fragments or something. Or like maybe finding like a backup server that has like KSVK memories in it so she can like absorb like the memories or something. That'd be kind of cool. I think with the way they're sending, I think with what I saw from like the videos of KSVK already, it's like KSVK like doesn't even remember DP12, which kind of sucks because like DP12 was always like a big sister character for like KSVK. So like she definitely needs some sort of like memory recovery system or something. They're doing like the whole amnesia plot line with KSVK. Find the old Griffin base? That'd be good. That'd be great, man. That'd be awesome. Maybe that's how we get anti-rain again. Or like at least row 65, since row 65 can be backed up or something. So maybe we get row 65 back by finding like the old Griffin servers. Her core heats up. The image of her memory overlaps with her view of the lounge, and her footsteps begin to wobble. My head. It hurts. Centaurosi falls to the ground like a wind-blown tree. Her eyes wander and lose their focus. Centaurosi? Centaurosi! At the Oasis Medical Department. You know what? I still can't tell if, like... Okay, we've seen, like, the same shit in GFL also, but, like, I still can't tell if that's supposed to be, like, liquid or, like, gel or something. Or if it's just a window. Because, like, this is, like, a fictional thing. When, like, whenever you see, like, a person, like, in, like, a thing like this, it's usually, like, gelatin or something. Because, like, it's supposed to be, like, healing gel. And it feeds, like, a person's, like, body. But that doesn't make sense in a robot scenario, though. So, like, I'm starting to think that's, like window or something. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like, it's gotta be, like, a window. But, like, what's tripping me up is, like, it's so shiny, though. It's so... There's a lot of sheen. There's, like, a lot of sheen to it. So, like, it's making me think that, like, it's liquid or something. But, like I said, though, that doesn't make sense in the context of, like, robots. Like, unless the robots have, like, organic parts in them, it wouldn't make sense. Like, in the context of humans, though, it makes sense for it to be, like, a liquid for humans. Because, like, at least, like, in fictional universes, like, this, like, bath is always, like, a bath or something. And, like, when a human's in here, it's some kind of, like, liquid, like, rejuvenation tank or some shit like that. I think, like, we're still trying to, like, figure out a way to do this in real life, though. But, like, I don't think we have anything like that right now. But, like, I remember seeing this, like, as far back as, like, Starship Troopers back in the 90s or something. This was, like, in a lot of, like, 90s and 80s movies where, like, you would see a person, like, in here, and they would have, like, an oxygen mask. They'd be suspended, like, in liquid. And, like, the liquid has, like, healing properties. So, like, even if, like, a person was, like, torn in half or some shit, or if they had, like, a really bad cut on their leg, like, the liquid, like, would stop the bleeding. And then the liquid would go inside you. And, like, the liquid heals you. Usually they say, like, it's nanomachines or something, but, like, I think more fantasy verses, they would just say that, like, oh, like, it's magic water. And, like, the magic water, like, infuses, like, magic in your body or something. I think with Dragon Ball Z, the way they lore-wised it in Dragon Ball Z is that the rejuvenation tanks in DBZ, it's filled with, like, DNA. I don't know, like, how that makes sense, but, like, that's what Vegeta said, though. Vegeta said that, like, the rejuvenation pods in Dragon Ball Z, it's filled with, like, liquid DNA. And then, like, the liquid DNA, it goes into your body. It gets absorbed through your skin, if you have any cuts or whatever, then like it just goes in there as well. And then like the liquid DNA heals you and patches you up. I'm sure that Akira Toriyama was kind of like bullshitting though, since Akira Toriyama is like not a scientist. So like, I don't know if Akira Toriyama had like an in-universe way on like how liquid DNA would heal you. I'm pretty sure that like he had to make up some mumbo jumbo on like how the rejuvenation takes work in DBZ though. But yeah, here though, they're robots. They're robots, so like I just don't see how like that would work out. I assume also like this has got to be like a climate controlled like special room or something for like brand new dolls, because like I'm thinking of like hard drive hard drive factories and shit. Like for HDDs, they need to be like assembled in like a very clean like area, because like any kind of microscopic dust or like dirt particles that like gets on the platter, like we can't see them. But like if any dust particles like get on the platter though for HDD, it does like get in the way of like the hard drive being able to like have data or something. So like it does need to be done in like a very clean room. So it does make me wonder if like these T-doll factories or whatever like that, if they're also done like in a very climate controlled environment. It's very clean, no dust, no dirt or whatever like that. So that way like the robot joints and stuff like that, they don't like get like anything that's not supposed to be covered in like oil or whatever like that. Only the T-doll oil blood is supposed to be in here. No foreign particles. That would make sense to me from like a sci-fi point of view. But it looks way too shiny though. I don't know. Maybe everything is shiny in the future. It does look like water to me. Otha looks anxiously at Centaurosi, who is lying unconscious inside a medical capsule. Beside her, Antonina is conducting an analysis of her condition. The sound of keystrokes fills everyone with a sense of powerlessness. With a sigh, Antonina shakes her head and stops typing. I've always found it kind of weird that, like, within the context of Megresi, like, Antonina could just have, like, a fucking normal-ass laptop. But, like, she has, like, a fucking, like, raw-ass PCB with, like, exposed contacts, like, just out, like, in front of her. She has gloves on. Like, to be fair, she has gloves on, but, like, it's exposed, though. It like, this whole entire, like, interface thing that she's using, like, it has, like, exposed, like, wiring and shit. It's like, why not just have, like, a fucking floating laptop or something? I don't even think something like this would work in real life just because of all the exposed shit and circuitry that's, like, out and whatever. Like, if this was real life, and when I say real life, I mean, like, within the context of, like, Antonina being, like, a T-doll, and she'd be out in the real world, like in GFL 2 or something, she would have, like, just a normal-ass laptop. She would definitely need a laptop or something, because, like, she wouldn't be able to have, like, an exposed thing like this. Like, all it would take is, like, slight radiation from, like, the outside world, or, like, a dust cloud. All it would take is, like, a small dust cloud to, like, hover over, like, her fucking, like, thing right here, and then she wouldn't be able to use it anymore. This just wouldn't work. But I guess Megresi's clean, though. Megresi has no dust, probably. Actually, wait, Megresi has to have dust. Megresi is made very realistic, so Megresi must have dust particles and shit. Which, if Megresi is made that realistic, then she really should have a laptop. She would have, like, a floating laptop or something. Like, those wires. I'm seeing, like, a red wire and, like, a blue wire just hanging like that. It'd be so easy for that to get snagged on something. Oh! The Copley sector. There was literally that entire section where, like, in the Copley sector where Antonina and, like, the professor, they get swept up, like, by the ocean and shit. Yeah, like, this would just not be usable anymore. This would just be broken. So, I assume in, like, Megresi terms, like, when they got sucked up by the whirlpool and shit, when they were in the cave, like, she must have used, like, fucking, like, operans. She used operans to just kind of, like, just make up a brand new fucking laptop thing. Like on the fly or something. Since, like, you can do that with operans. Operans can be used to fly. They could be used to make fireballs. So, I assume she used her own operans just to, like, materialize up, like, a brand new laptop thing. But, like, she could only do that in Regressive, though. She wouldn't be able to do that, like, in the real world. So she definitely would need, like, a more rugged laptop or something. She would need, like, a bulletproof laptop / radiation-proof laptop in GFL 2 if Antonina was ever to be, like, a real character or something. Which, I really do hope that PNC gets canonized in some way in GFL 2, because I feel like with the guerrilla tactics that we do a lot in GFL 2, the Antonina just makes a lot of sense. And, like, this is, like, the best, like, non-biased opinion I could have about having, like, a PNC character in GFL 2. It's like, Persecare would be nice, Soul would be nice, Roku would be nice, but I think Antonina probably makes, like, the most sense. Probably because, like, she's a hacker, and, like, she's a hacker / programmer, and I feel like we could actually use one of those, in Girls Frontline 2. I would assume that she'd be very, like, EW orientated in GFL verse. So, like, electronics warfare. Like, maybe she'd be a bit weaker than 45, because nobody is as good as electronic warfare than 45 is. 45 is supposed to be, like, the best in that regard. But Antonina will probably be, like, a close second, maybe. Or whatever like that. And I don't really know. Maybe Panakia would also be pretty good, because Panakia is supposed to be, like a medical T-doll. And we could probably use, like, a medic person just for the commander in GFL 2. Or some shit. I don't fucking know. I'm just throwing ideas for Mica to use in GFL 2 if they ever want to use it. I guess Antonina would have to learn how to use a gun. But I don't know. Like, they could just give her, like, a fucking core. And she could use whatever gun she wants to use, man. Give her an assault rifle. Or an SMG or something. I could see Antonina as, like, an SMG character. I could see that. Like, an assault rifle or rifle might be too heavy for her. And she will probably need to, like, do a lot of hacking stuff. So, either, like, an SMG, or maybe she could use, like a melee weapon. Give her, like, a sword or something like that. A sword, I don't think, like, really fits here. But maybe she just wouldn't really be a combatant person, though. I don't know. Give her grenade. She's, like, a grenade-exclusive character, maybe. How is she? I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Start with the bad news. I prepared myself for the worst. Alright, the bad news is that the past damage to Centaurus' body and Neurocloud has created a lot of dark zones in her memories. These dark zones can be triggered during conversations by certain pieces of key content. The Neurocloud module cannot retrieve the relevant data, causing Centaurus to crash. What's the good news then? These dark zones can be fixed. We can help Centaurus reorganize the relevant memories and repair the dark zones. Can we do that? It'll be difficult, but it's worth trying. Memory data can be likened to a doll's dreams. Centaurasi is currently gripped by a nightmare and cannot break free. What we can do is simulate Centaurasi's dreams, repair and complete the memories, and then rescue her from the dark zone. Wait, this is the same shit that we were already doing, like, starting from, like, chapter 5 and up. No, like chapter 4. Like chapter 4 and up, when the entropic got introduced. Yeah, it's like whenever a girl gets, like, entropicized or whatever, like, there's a chance to save her if she's not too far gone. We have to, like, go in their memories, and we gotta, like, fish them out of, like, the entropic infection or something. So, we're technically doing that. We're doing the same thing to Centaurasi. So, we'll be interrosting Centaurasi's memories, and helping her defeat her nightmares then. I can try. I once worked with her on the battlefield. Guiding souls to where they belong is also part of my job description. Yup. We've been through all kinds of crap together. I'm sure this bond will help in awakening her memories. No, I'll think of a way to help Centaurasi. Clotho, both you and Centaurasi are very important to me. I don't want to lose you, so you should leave a dangerous task like this to me. Are you sure you want to do this, Professor? While you can attempt multiple connections to a memory domain, encountering a severe incident would cause a data desync. Also, you're a human being. If we lose your data, I might have to end up selling you off to another sector as a digicoin miner. You know what? I kind of wonder if, like, in the future, if, like, being a digicoin miner is like being, like, a Bitcoin miner. Ugh. Please don't put pressure on me at a time like this. The star of destiny darkens for those who choose the wrong path. Professor, are you sure you want to take this risk yourself? Yes. I won't let you take this risk so long as I have the strength to protect you. That is why I and the Oasis exist. The people before me look at each other and smile, and then Hell's deep voice booms forth. Professor, if anything really does happen to your neurocloud, I'll make sure my interior temperature and humidity are properly tweaked so you may rest in peace. Thanks, I guess. Hell, that's going too far. Professor, a person's dreams can be both incoherent and complex, and they may also record the saddest parts of their past. No matter what dreams may come, I hope you will return safely from them. Yes, I promise. Antonina quickly enters the relevant data from the memory domain and connects her computer to the medical capsule. System initialization complete. Operational data normal. We've warmed up the capsule program. You may enter when ready. Got it. Keep an eye on Cinderize's condition from the outside. Guiding her neurocloud to fix the dark zones will require her effort as well as mine. Relax. If I detect any abnormalities from you or Centerossi, I'll cut the program ASAP and wake you up. I just hope I don't end up as a Digicoin miner card. Oh, are you doubting my technical skills, Professor? I was just kidding. Take care of everyone, Antonina. Relax. You've always been able to bring everyone back from the most dire situation. I'm sure it'll be the same this time. So come back soon. Everyone's waiting to celebrate the new year with you. I will. I take a deep breath and then lie down in the medical capsule. The hatch slides shut, blocking off my line of sight, and my mind slowly drifts into the new alien world. Wait! This is technically the commander, like, jacking in, and then jacking in again. Because, like, we jacked in to Magressi, and then, like, we're in Magressi, and then we go into another pod, and then we're jacking in to go into Centerossi's mind. So we're jacking in, jacking in. Alright, now generates simulated memory data. Conscious upload at 45%. If I come back safely, I should recommend Burbank's Denki newest coffee machine to Persicaria. Now generating carrier medium neuroprojection, 72%. I'll watch Kroku's backlog of anime with her. Simo's pet Sako apparently got sick recently, and I wonder how Imhotep's treatment of that group of cute crittles is going. Imhotep's kind of interesting. So, like, I would assume, like, for Imhotep's, like, initial run of Magressi thing, it's like, I guess they must have uploaded, like, a lot of, like, animal data, and then, like, that way Imhotep can practice, like, doing surgery on animals. Successfully generated neuroprojection, duplicating the chassis data. Duplication progress 65%. And then soul. There is no soul! As the voice system announcement fades away, the world around me changes completely. I thought I'd be dropped into some European officer's garden having a cup of English tea with a slice of chiffon cake as I awaited the appearance of the maid doll. However, the scenery before me is a little different from what I anticipated. Scattered doll limbs are strewn all over. Yo! The commander is literally playing Girls Frontline again. Like, the commander is commandering again. He is no longer the professor, he is the commander. We've gone back. We've gone back. Buoyant scent of rust and metal fills my mouth and nose. Electrical humming and cat crackling fills my ears as the dizziness and discomfort slowly fade away. All I see around me are burned out ruins that have clearly been through war and bloodshed. The Shikike life never ends. Shiki-kan. This is no officer's backyard. Rather, it is a place I've known well since I was a child. A battlefield, teeming with screams and despair. Ugh! Ugh! Talk about a rough start. As I get to my feet from inside the pile of corpses, the pain in my chest and left arm surge through my body. Damn it! What the hell was that? I think I saw someone stand up. What the heck are you talking about? Didn't you verify that the pile of assholes just now? They're all corpses, aren't they? Screw you, it's true. Something's moving in that pile of rubble over there. I didn't expect someone to be standing guard over here. Judging by their uniforms and gear, they're clearly not on the same side as the owner of this body. The sound of the soldier's footsteps presses in. All I can do is lower myself and use the rubble to block the enemies on the sight. The sound of a round chambering is exceptionally loud in the silence of this broad street. Dang it! I see somebody over there. I quickly compile a plan for what I would do if I'm spotted. If the worst comes to be, I'll need to get out of the way before they open fire, use the terrain to hide, and take their weapon from them before waiting for a chance to escape. The plan seems simple enough, but whether or not this beat-up body of mine can carry it out remains to be seen. A shout from nearby interrupts my train of thought. Hey, over here! That bastard's running away! Get him! Don't let him escape! After the lead soldier gives his orders, the men behind him ready their weapons and follow him into the alley to capture their prey. I wait for the sound of footsteps to fade away before struggling out of the rubble. So they found someone else, huh? Now's not the time to push myself. This body's arm is hurt, so fighting with a gun would be difficult. Since I don't know what's going on, I should start by finding a place to hide. Just as I'm about to relocate to a nearby abandoned building, I hear a shout from the alley. Christ! It's just a goddamn kid. We spend all damn day searching for the garrison troops and the intelligence personnel, and all we get is this shit. The soldiers curse as they shove a skinny boy into their midst. He seems to be only 8 or 9 years old. He's kind of short and his hair is messy. You wasted our time, you little shit. Do you know how valuable it is? Forget that. Let's just do him in right now. They mercilessly point their guns at the boy. Faced with this inaccessible despair, all the boy can do is tremble and close his eyes. There is a gunshot, but the pain that the boy expects does not come. The boy opens his eyes to find himself carried in warm arms, having narrowly dodged the Reaper's scythe. What the heck? Where did the bastard come from? Oh, was he saved by Centaurosi? I assumed he was saved by Centaurosi. Wait, that face looks kind of familiar. It's the commander of the Spec Ops intelligence team. I know you. You're dead. We killed you. Phew, I made it. Oh, we saved him. Oh, shit. We're the hero. We're the goddamn hero. The left side of my chest hurts from the exertion. Although my sense of reason is telling me to flee, my body has always had a habit of acting faster than my brain can keep up. Even though I barely managed to dodge the gunshot with the jump just now, I know I'll never be in the lucky sword. I can't put any strength into my left arm, my left hand now. All I can do is barely hold on to the boy. Damn! Who would have thought we'd run into a jackass who'd walk right up to us? Fine then. To hell with both of you. Huh. In this critical moment, a silver gleaming dagger slices through the air and neatly severs the soldier's corduroy vein. Before the second soldier can respond, the knife owner is already upon him. After failing him with a sidekick, she swings her knife and ends the enemy's howl of pain. Ah! Who's that? My gaze travels down the cramped alleyway, and I spot a glint of light in the alley entrance. The person standing there is a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, elegantly dressed and glaring at the soldiers in the alley with a cold, keen look in her eyes. No matter the situation, seeing her with a G36 rifle in hand has always been reassuring. Yo, I hope there's some sort of like reference to this in Girls Frontline 2. Pardon my lateness. I swear, if she calls us commander, because that's what the soldier said. That's what the soldier said. It's the commander of the Spec Ops intelligence. We're a commander. Yep, we are indeed a commander. We're just not some regular. We're not a regular rank and file soldier. We're actually a commander. Her attire is completely different from her elegant maid uniform. This outfit of yours. Bang! A hail of gunfire interrupts the girl's words. She quickly raises her rifle and counterattacks, her figure leaping swiftly through the darkness as shell casings and enemy soldiers drop to the ground at the same time. Once the fighting is over, she looks back at me, her voice as stern and clear as I've always remembered. I am Sintarasi, a doll dispatched from the SIT, the Special Intelligence Team, requesting permission to join your unit. Alright. God damn it, it's a doll! Call for backup! Call for backup! Yeah, we gone back to GFL. I'm back to playing fucking GFL now. You know what? It's kind of too bad that the gameplay for this event is just normal Project Neurocloud. You know what they could have done for this event? They literally could have just copied GFL, but like make it good though, you know? That would have been such a callback. It's like, you're playing the commander in this event. So they really could have just made like a fucking GFL map and been all like, look, you're playing the commander in Girls Frontline. They should have done that. That would have been amazing. Instead, for some reason, they have like all the game types in here. They have the Matrix mode, they have the auto chess thing, they have the Vampire Survivors game. I don't know why they have so many different game types in this one event. It seems kind of odd, honestly. Honestly, like, it's kind of weird that they have the tower defense thing in here, you know? Whatever. Upon realizing the situation has turned for the worse, the other soldiers quickly summon reinforcements. Sintarasi takes off her optical camouflage module and tosses it to me while moving me behind her, shouldering her weapon. Unlike me, we're blundered into the battlefield without any preparation. Sintarasi has clearly taken measures to address the current situation. Before the enemy can put together organized resistance, she takes full advantage of her nimble body and individually picks out the soldiers who are not yet taking the current situation seriously. Damn it, take this! The soldier pulls a grenade from his belt and removes the safety pin. Using a grenade in a confined area is suicide. The man has clearly lost his senses. He simply wants to kill the doll in front of him. Allow me to put an end to everything. Sintarasi pulls the trigger and her shot strikes the grenade dead on, nipping the suicide attack in the bud. The soldiers caught in the blast crumple to the ground. Meanwhile, we use the clouds of smoke to conceal our escape from the alley of death. The long run saps my stamina, and by the time we stop, the arm that's holding the boy is as numb as dead wood. Are you alright, Command? Yep, yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for, baby. Commander, yep, it's been a while. So, assuming that this event happens, like, at least, like, after Chapter 6 or something, that means the Professor has gotten used to being called Professor. So, that means the only two people who's calling him Commander now is Kluke and Sintarasi then. Commander! The Professor's like, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've been called Commander. Remember, Kluke's not fucking canon. It's like, I'm gonna keep on reminding people that, though, that, like, Kluke is technically not canon. Kluke is a fucking Girls Frontline collab. That's what Kluke is. That's something that a lot of people don't want to admit, but it's like, until Kluke shows up, like, in an actual, like, chapter campaign, then, yeah, she's not canon. She's not fucking canon. We need to see her in a campaign, and we haven't seen her, like, in a campaign yet. She's only been, like, in side events. And side events, like, don't really count as canon, or whatever like that. Yeah, Kluke is just, like, in a weird spot, honestly. Yeah. I don't know. This is definitely like an argument I get with a lot of people like in PNC. It's like if Kluke really is canon to like GFL, then like she should be an adjuvant. I know that like Persicaria is supposed to be like the Professor's adjuvant, but Persicaria is not really a combatant unit though. She's a Persicara is technically a commanding unit, just like the professor is. So like 416 should be an adjudant, but we haven't seen her like act as an adjudant like at all or whatever like that. That's like basically the why like that's basically the way I see it in there. A lot of people are like, she does show up in the main storyline. It's like, does she though? Does she? She hasn't. She's shown up in events, but like she's shown up like inside events that like don't really coincide with like the main campaign. It's like, when does the Valentine events happens, right? The Valentine's events, the Halloween events, the Christmas events. It's like, when do those happen? We don't have like a canonicity timeline for when this shit happens, if they even happen at all. It's like, oh, like the first Valentine's event, like maybe that happens in between like chapters 3 and 4, since So is not dead. So is not dead in the first Valentine's event. But then like, I'm pretty sure like by the Christmas event, I think they say Soul's dead or whatever like that. So she dies by the Christmas. Like maybe you could kind of like put together some sort of like weird timeline for PNC, but it's definitely kind of scattered though. And you have to kind of go with what other T-Dolls are saying. You go on a date with Soul, like in the first Valentine's event, definitely. But she's not there in the second Valentine's event. I'm pretty sure Soul was there in the first summer event, as well as like in the very first Halloween event. But I'm pretty sure every event afterwards. Oh, and she's definitely there for the April Fools. Soul was there in the April Fools event. But eventually Soul is written out of all the events though. And I can't remember. Now I can't remember like which side event does make like actual like does make actual conversation about like Soul being dead. I can't remember now. I'm gonna have to look back into it. It's like, was it the first Christmas event? Was it the second Valentine's event? I think one of the dolls definitely talks about it, like in the second Valentine's event, where like Soul's dead or something. I mean, like, a lot of the events definitely happen after chapter 1 though. Since chapter 1, we're trying to get like operands for the Oasis. So that means Turin is dead. There is no event with OG Turin, because OG Turin died in the event that she got introduced. So OG Turin would never be in any side event or something like that though. So yeah. I don't know. Too long didn't read. I get into arguments about the canacity of like 416 Kluke, and I say she's not canon. I say she's not canon. It's a Girls Frontline collab character, basically. And collab characters are obviously not canon. Steins Gate sure as hell ain't canon. And then people's are like, but she shows up in events, though. It's like, yeah, but those events are not tied to the main campaign, though. You know? She really shows up in, like, holiday events. But, like, it's really hard to nail the canonicity of it. And it's like, okay, like, where the hell is she when the entire fucking base is up in flames? Where is she? Where the fuck is she? You know, like, that's my question, right? It's like, oh, she was doing other stuff. It's like, for a character as major as 416, you'd think somebody would mention her. But nobody does, though. But, like, that's, like, the most common thing. That's the most common, like, justification I see for people when they talk about, like, major chapters and shit. Where it's like, where was she when, like, EOS, like, turned AWOL? Where was she during the Eucharist event? Where was she, like, when we were trying to, like, fight off Entropics? And it's all like, oh, she had a secondary mission. Oh, she's hanging out, like, at a different outpost or something. It's like, nobody's saying anything. Nobody says anything. And considering how important she is to the commander, especially, like, since she's there, supposed to be there as, like, the commander's bodyguard or some shit, she's definitely should be an adjudant. She has to be. That's my argument. 416 should be in an adjudant standing amongst the main cast. Basically, canon-wise, she should be part of the main cast. She should not be a side character, basically. But she is not she's not a main character and she's not a side character. She literally shows up only in events. And it's like, my question is like, if she shows up in those holiday events, then like, here's my second question. How important is fucking Nanaka? How important is she? Nanaka ain't important for shit. like Nanaka might as well not be canon either, honestly. Like Nanaka is a fucking idol bitch. And like, I'm pretty sure now that I think about it, Nanaka really only shows up like once, like during like chapter 6, which is like the Burbank chapter or something. But like, she shows up as like a background character. She doesn't show up as like a main character for that chapter or anything like that. Like Ronko and like the fucking merchant characters show up as main characters in chapter 6 for Burbank, because like that's the chapter where like Ronko gets entropicized or whatever. Like that's important or whatever like that. But like, yeah, like Nanako never shows up, you know? She doesn't show up for shit. Like, the Hubble chapter is like, what, chapter 8 or something? Chapter 9? Like, the Hubble chapter, she's obviously important for that chapter. But then you never see her in chapters 1, 2, and 3, obviously. Hubble's not important there. It's like, I don't know, like, people were trying to argue me, like through, like, this circular argument of, like, how, like, if I'm going to make the argument that, like, 416's not canon because she only shows up in Side's event, then, like, I'm technically saying she's not canon at all then, because like, if that applies to 416, then that would apply to the other characters then. For example, Nanako and Hubble show up a lot, for example, in the holiday events. So am I saying that they're not canon either? And it's like, I guess you got me there. Like I guess you technically got me there. It's like, obviously Hubble is important, and obviously Hubble's canon. Hubble has only legit ever shown up before only in holiday events. And then she only now finally showed up during the whole, like, going into the space, the whole space events or whatever. That's where Hubble's the main character. Hubble and Fresno. Now, Fresno has showed up in chapter 1, though. Fresno showed up in chapter 1, but Hubble did not show up in chapter 1. And Hubble is only showing up now, though, but, like, it's at least somewhat, like, kind of like shown to the player that Hubble is around during the first Valentine's event, though. So like, I guess maybe canonically wise, we get Hubble in chapter 2. I guess we probably get like a big portion of the characters starting from chapter 2, since like chapter 2 is after we get operants from chapter 1 or something. So we can kind of say that or whatever like that or something. EOS like definitely happens after chapter 6 though. I'm pretty sure EOS is a chapter 7 character. I'm pretty sure that's when we get EOS. Chapter 7, or like right after chapter 8, or something like that. But 416, I'm just gonna keep on arguing that 416 is not canon. And I like 416, don't get me wrong. 416 is one of my waifus, but I just don't see it from a writing standpoint why 416 isn't shown as part of the main cast. 416 has to be part of the main cast because of how important she is. So if she's not around, then she's not there. Alright, going back to the fucking Centaurosi event. I'm fine. She'll be able to hold out for a while longer. All contact with the 12 dolls from your special detective team has been lost and are considered killed in action. Also, your communicator was malfunctioning since just now. Your contact among the garrison forces has had no news of you, and for a while we feared the worst. I thought so too. Thinking back to my condition when I awoke on the battlefield and the exchange between those enemy soldiers, I could pretty much tell that the original owner of this body probably had a bad time. Since you are safe, I will follow my orders from the Garrison HQ and escort you to the Central Plaza building in the heart of the city, where you will meet personnel from the Garrison forces. Hang on, what about him? I mean this kid. Even though he's under the cover of the optical camouflage, the boy is still trembling in my arms. Fortunately, he wasn't harmed during the skirmish just now. We can't just abandon him here like this. At the very least, we need to get the boy to a safe place. Do you know of any shelters around here? A strange look briefly appears on Centaurasi's face, but she soon recovers thanks to her professional maid training. Did I say something strange? I was sent by HQ to support you, but this is a temporary arrangement, and thus all I know about you is limited to rumors. What I heard about the SIT commander was that they were stern, impartial, and unfeeling man who prioritized the mission above all else. But ever since I met you, nothing you've done seems to correspond to the cold person mentioned in those rumors. You risked yourself to rescue this boy, and then return on to prioritize his continued safety after disengaging from battle. Really? I apologize if I have given offense, but for the moment I found myself wondering if I had the wrong person. However, your identity seems to conform perfectly to the person mentioned in my terminal. It would seem as I was biased against you. You would appear to be a kind person, Commander. Yeah, I hope we're getting along well going forward. Are you the SIT Commander? I am, yes. I am briefly caught off guard, as I have not yet fully adjusted to my new identity. This is great! I found you at last! You were looking for the Commander too? Yes. Hi, Commander. My name is Chris Iska. Iska? Then your father must be. My father is First Lieutenant Andrew Iska. He's also your contact for this mission. Contact? Mission? I don't have much information, so all I can do is work with him to learn more. I understand the situation. Chris, why did you come by yourself to such a dangerous place? Where's your father? Father was badly hurt by the enemy's pursuit forces, and he couldn't take part in the operation. He couldn't come to tell you in person that something had happened to the place where you were supposed to meet him. I knew the mission was urgent, so I came here to pass a message on my father's behalf, but I couldn't find you anywhere. And in the end, those guys caught me. Things are becoming more clear and clear. It also explains why this body's owner is just so happened to be where Chris was. And where's your father now? He's at the Hands of Venus, the hair salon in town. He used to be a dead drop for the dad, and the others to pass secret messages. But right now, the only person left there is a doll called Tony. Ah, that's the Werfell character for this event. That's the free unit. Tony? A hair salon? A lot of hairdressers in the rear word were called Tony, and there just so happens to be one of such doll on the Project Neurocloud name list. A familiar name makes me think, what if? He wouldn't happen to be a pink-haired doll that looks like a teenager, would he? Yeah, that's him. I heard he works for the Universal Anything Services and specializes in hairstyling. Looks like that's him. For someone who can't fight or protect himself, being in a war zone is the worst possible outcome. Commander, why did your expression suddenly change? No, it's nothing. Chris, can you lead the way for us? At the Hands of Venus. The tiny establishment is filled with the smell of blood and cordite. The soldier who's stoically enduring his wounds leans against the corner of the room. Tony occasionally glances outside, a look of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, that boy's always been lucky. I'm sure he'll bring them back. Speaking of which, there's one thing they've been wondering about. Why does a salon like this have the name Aphrodite's Hand? The owner named it that way. This is a plain and tiny store. The only way to draw customers in is with a name contrast to that. You know what? Seeing like all the guy T-dolls in like Project Neurocloud, since like we never see them in GFL, this does kind of like coincide with what we know about GFL, in that like dolls are called dolls because like they're made to look pretty. Because, you know, think about it. Why would you ever have an ugly robot? You know? Like, you would not make an ugly robot if you had the choice, obviously, right? You would obviously make a pretty robot. Everybody would make a pretty robot. So, like Tony definitely would look like he would get like a lot of female customers, you know? I want the robot Tony to work on me because he's cute or whatever like that, you know? Honestly, like, even like the, oh shit, what was his name again? Even like the fucking trainer doll, like that we have as well, like, he's also kind of cool looking, like from a gruff way, you know? Like, from a cool perspective. He's a training military doll, but still though, like, I bet a lot of girls will find him attractive too, though. From like a bad boy perspective. Oh, Python. That was his name, Python. Yeah, like, Python isn't as pretty as, like, a lot of the other guy T-dolls are. But definitely, though, Python could be definitely seen as a cool dude. I think Python is probably, like, the ugliest male doll that we have. But, like, I'm using the term ugly very loosely here, though. He's, like, the worst looking, like, doll of the bunch. The lieutenant's remark seems to lighten the air a little, and the two of them once again look outside the salon. Just like Tony said, there's nothing particularly eye-catching about this hairdresser's. It's simple and plain, in appearance from its furnishing to its sign. The sole reason it has a niche in this city is entirely because of Tony's outstanding hairstylist skills. If we didn't have this war raging on, I'd probably have to wait about half an hour for a consultation with you, right? Lucky me then. The lieutenant's teasing does little to dispel Tony's uneasiness. How the fuck does this guy even fight? In fucking PNC. How does he even fight? So, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at his stats. It's like, I assume he's gotta be a fucking specialist. Because, like, what else would he be? There's no way he's a fucking sniper or something. I assume he's a fucking buff doll, I guess? So, putting aside, like, the names of his skills, I assume this guy, like pumps you of, like, operants or something. So, like, I'm trying to think about this, like, in Magressy terms. So, I guess, like, when there's a fight going on, like, he, like, uses, like, operants or something, and, like, he infuses operants in, like, the frontliners, so that way the frontliners are stronger or something. And then maybe he also acts like a side healer, so, like, if somebody gets hurt, then, like, he also infuses them with operants or some shit. I feel like that's the only thing he can do. He doesn't really have, like, a weapon or anything like that. Unless he has, like, a comically sized pair of scissors or some shit. Like, at least for V. So, like, V is a surgeon. I can make some kind of, like, story for V for being, like, an offensive character in Project Neurocloud. It's like, she throws knives. She has, like, a scalpel or some shit like that. Like, I have, like, something I can say about that. Maghilda is, like, a boxing doll. That's pretty that one's pretty obvious. So, Maghilda, she punches people. So, in the context of Magressy, then, Maghilda would, like, infuse her fist with, like, operants. So when she punches something, like, she technically has, like, brass knuckles on all the time or something like that. She has a gauntlet. She's basically wearing, like, a gauntlet of operants, and then she punches something. And then, like, she probably, like, infuses operants in her legs. So, like, Maghilda, like, moves very fast and shit. Like, in the context of Magressy or something. All the healers make sense. They just infuse operants into, like, other dolls in order for them to get healed. So healing makes sense to me. You have, like, offensive specialists like Antonina, who, like, in the fucking text, they've already used it a few times. They say that Antonina makes, like, a green fireball. So they use operants to, like, shoot out. They offensively shoot out operants from their hands. So that one would explain, like, the offensive specialist, like, in Project Neurocloud. But I can't see a character like Tony being offensive, so he's gotta be a fucking buffer or something. Buffer / like, support healer or some shit. Like, at the very least, like some of the other, like, support specialists, like Puzzle or something, like, they have, like, their own skill sets they use, like, with their own operant shit. Like, Puzzle makes, like, the sculptures, so she puts that as part of her skill set. Like, that makes sense, but I don't see how Tony can use his hairstylist skills to good use in Magressy. I'm not personally seeing it. Your wounds. Let's treat them a little more, Lieutenant Izuka. Bright wet liquid oozes out from the freshly changed bandages, flowing down towards Lieutenant Izuka's fingertips, which are blackened but from soot. It drips on the wall he's leaning against. After the bandaging is complete, Tony looks at his trembling, blood-stained hands and spaces out. This is the first time that he felt the weight of a life. Before this, those hands did nothing but create beauty. Thank you, Tony. Right now, the enemy troops within the city are going all out against the defending forces and intelligence personnel. I feel ashamed of having to trouble you to take me at a time like this. Oh, it's nothing. Just think of it as a special service for an old customer. Speaking of which, where's the owner? I haven't heard from him for close to 3 days. If I still don't hear back, I should probably pack up and return to Universal Anything Services. Not even the owner was spared, huh? You could say the leak of the intel name list was a fatal blow to us defenders. Lieutenant Iska closes his eyes to think, but he can't keep the depression out of his voice. It's been nearly 3 months since the enemy took the city. The only reason why things have dragged out this long is because the defenders have been conducting guerrilla tactics from the help of the Intel Bureau. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, we may have to abandon the city. He opens his eyes, and his gaze rests on Tony's freshly packed luggage. Those guys don't show mercy to humans or dolls. They massacre civilians and even rip out doll cores to do whatever to them. Go now if you're going, Tony. You're a one-of-a-kind stylist doll. The sooner you're out of this godforsaken hellhole, the better. Is it really that bad? If you're trying to get back to the UOS during wartime, you need money for transportation and power. At this point, Lieutenant Iska takes off his watch. It's old, but it's plain to see its owner has been taking good care of it. Tony knows that this watch was a commemorative gift the Lieutenant received for 10 years of service. Much like the medals on his chest, it holds a unique meaning for him and represents an unequaled honor. Take this watch. It's useless to me, so think of it as a tip for today's consultation. Tony is at a loss for how to react to his sudden gift. Upon seeing him hesitate, Lieutenant Iska presses the watch into Tony's hands. Tony, please allow me to thank you for once again for saving my life. That said, it would be better if you were half as good with bandaging as you were with hairstyling. If we make it through this war, I'd like to teach you more about that side of things. Lieutenant, let me give you a makeover for everything is done. I want to make up for today's regrets. Tony's words are interrupted by a sudden explosion. It is followed by a hail of gunfire, and the thuggish dash out to soldiers. We have a situation. Lieutenant Iska uses his gun to lift his battered body to its feet, then moves to the window to see what's happening outside. Oh, you know what? That also kind of reminds me of how, like, the soldiers in the previous cutscene knew that Sentorasi was a T-doll. It's because she looks beautiful. Like, again, nobody would ever make an ugly robot, right? So, if you see, like, a pretty robot, like, out in the battlefield, you know it's a T-doll. Like, it has to be. It has to be a T-doll. Like, if you see a supermodel, if you see, like, a fucking supermodel, like, out in the battlefield or some shit. Judging by their weapons and clothing, the enemy troops outside aren't from the squad that were going after him earlier. They are cursing and firing. Apparently, they are trying to capture someone. That's Chris! And those two are the commander and Sentorasi? Without any hesitation, Lieutenant Iska brings his rifle to his shoulder and lays down covering fire for them. Ugh! Despite his wounds, the lieutenant long years of training and experience do not betray their master. The lieutenant's precise shooting puts a gap in the troops' encirclement. Sentorasi does not let its opportunity slip by, and darts into the momentary opening, pulling their trigger to wipe out each and every enemy trooper in tandem with the lieutenant's shooting. Commander, hurry! Over here! Dad! Chris wriggles free on my arms and runs to the salon, worriedly checking on his father's condition. Thank you for your help, Lieutenant. This is no time to be staying on ceremony, Sentorasi. And also, you must be the commander of the SIT, right? When we lost contact with you a while back, we were all worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. I step forward to shake the hand of the dark-skinned titan among men, and express my gratitude for his timely assistance. Yes, glad to meet you, Lieutenant Iska. Your reputation precedes you. Our forces have benefited greatly from the help given by your team. We've only held out for as long as we have because of your aid. Ugh. Lieutenant Iska hacks up a wad of bloody phlegm as he coughs up uncontrollably. Chris wants to move up to help him, but wants up to help, but the lieutenant stops him with a glance. And so all Chris can do is tug on the sleeves of his clothing. Let's get to it, Commander. I wanted to meet you because I have extremely important information to hand over to you. Lieutenant Iska extracts a bloodstained hardwire cipher key from his pocket. What's this? It's the cipher key that the garrison forces use to communicate with each other. The enemy has destroyed many of our dead drop points, and there aren't that many left that are still in contact with the defenders. HQ ordered me to hand this to you to ensure we can continue future operations. There's a small safe house outside the city. Sentarasi knows the exact location, and she can take you there. Once you unlock the encrypted intelligence gear there, you'll be able to communicate with the defenders' intel people still inside the city. As for our future operations, well, that's at your discretion, Commander. He solemnly hands me the key, his eyes blazing like torches. Without any hesitation, I clasp his hands, which are stained with mud and blood. I understand. You have faithfully completed your mission, Lieutenant Iska. Once again, thank you for your help, Lieutenant. I will escort the Commander to the safe house. And you must be Tony from Universal Anything, right? Do you happen to have any ammunition? Or can you provide any other aid? My lovely customer, this is a hairdresser's. What do you take this place to be? Wait a minute, are you a Butler 36? The domestic service doll equipped with combat modules? Is there a problem? If I'm not wrong, those guys are turning the entire city upside down searching for you. Ah, hell, I better get going. If I had known this would happen, I would have. Shh. Sentarasi shushes Tony. After that, the sound of disciplined footsteps draws closer, coming to a halt not far from outside the hairdressers. Commander, looks like we haven't fully dealt with the dregs chasing us. No, they're a different lot. Judging by their gear, they're from the hunter teams. They're probably looking for me. Andrew Iska, get out here! The enemy's shout verifies Lieutenant Iska's guess. Sorry for causing you such trouble. Still, if there's only here for me, then why not barge in or blow the entire building up? My guess is they saw the signs of battle Sentarasi left in her wake. They won't act rashly because they're worried about ambushes. I see. What you say makes sense. In that case, we could turn that around on them. Lieutenant Iska shows me several bundles of explosives strapped to his back. Don't do anything stupid, Lieutenant Iska. That's an order. With all due respect, Commander, I cannot comply with that order. You're an intelligence leader. You're nothing like us grunts, who only know how to fight. I can't let you be exposed to danger. Ugh. Oh no, it's the sad music! Oh no. Yep. He's about to kamikaze. Alright, I can already see where it's gonna go now. He's gonna be all like, please, take my son to the safe house. Protect my boy. And then like, Chris is gonna be all like, no, Dad. He's gonna be like, shush, Junior. Like, this is what a soldier does. Look at me as I live my life, Chris. He's gonna, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. Lieutenant Iska, you. As you can see, I don't have much time left. Oh yes, Tony, I have to impose on you. Go ahead. If you can, please take care of Chris after this. Me? What are you saying, Lieutenant Iska? I'm just a hairstylist, I can't. As a soldier, I want my child to inherit my will and fight on. But as a father, I want him as far from this goddamn war as possible. So please, when you escape, take Chris with you, please. Dad, what are you saying, Dad? I don't want to go, Dad. Chris hugs Lieutenant tightly, the tears sparkling in his eyes. Don't cry, Chris. Remember, your father is Andrew Iska. Dad! I'm sorry. I won't be able to keep my promise of viewing the Daises with you. Lieutenant Iska ruffles Chris's head. After the moment of tenderness, the steel and determination return to his face. For the last time, he adjusts the medals on his chest and then salutes us one by one. The salon door closes before our eyes. After that, we hear a haunting song. Is that a song from Vane's hometown? Whether it is night or day, I will be waiting here for you to return. May the gun smoke have faded when we meet again. May the fires have burned out. That day, we took part in a funeral without flowers. Ooh, damn, boy! Yeah, I'm pretty much ready just to, like, go through the entire, like, story thing. Since like, I've just been, like, slowly, like, just doing my dailies and shit, so... I'm almost done already with, like, most of the hard stuff. I do still miss, like, being able to, like, do fights along with the story chapters, but I guess from, like, what I read from spoilers, this is, like, gonna be the norm for the events from now on. Like, they just separated, like, the gameplay, like, from the story now and shit. Which is too bad, because, like, I kind of like it, like, when they're connected to each other. It's a little too bad. Okay, no. Legit, like, why is all this shit different, man? Why is all this shit different? We have fucking vampire survivors, we got matrix mode, we got the auto chest, we had the fucking tower defense bullshit. It's like, why is every fucking gameplay mechanic here in this event? Like, this legit makes, like, no sense to me. This, why? Why is it all, like, the gameplay stuff? Dad! Tetsamaru grabs him until his voice grows hoarse. He stops struggling, and the shooting outside the salon dies down. There's a look of sorrow in everyone's eyes. The wordless pain hangs over all of us like a shadow. Lieutenant Izuka, he's dead. What should we do now? The enemy will send people to investigate the explosion soon. We should go before the reinforcements show up. Commander, I recommend we head to the safe house now with the cipher comms key. Wait then, what about me? What should I do? There's fighting everywhere in the city. Having you and Chris stay on the battlefield would be very dangerous. Tony, do you think you can use your status as a UAS doll to lead the city? If I were alone, I might be able to pass her checkpoints, but now... Tony glances over to Chris, who is still sobbing quietly as he is silent for a while. Tetsamaru kneels down in front of Chris and gently dabs away the blood and grime on his face. She doesn't try to comfort him. Instead, she gently scoops him in her arms and lets him cry as much as he wants. Indeed, we can't let his determination go to waste. As such, Tetsamaru will carry out the mission once we escort the two of you out of this place. No need to go to the trouble, Commander. I know a route that would take us out of the city. It's in the same direction as the safe house, Commander. Tetsamaru, do you have information about this route? No, I'm not familiar with it. I have never heard of it before. But it really exists. Please believe me, Commander. Also, I know a few shortcuts leading to the safe house. Please, Commander, take me with you. Chris's little fists tremble as he clenches them, and the tears well up in his eyes. I choose not to point out his lie. Instead, I ruffle his hair and smooth out the creases in his clothes. I believe you, Chris. Take care of us, okay? Alright. No, I mean yes, Commander. Chris smiles, and then he bows awkwardly to me. Well then, Chris is taken care of. What do you plan to do next, Tony? As for me... Tony seems a little zoned out as he stares at the bloodstained watch. Then he shakes his head and smiles bitterly. I don't want to disappoint Lieutenant Izuka either, so I'll go with you, even though I can't really do anything to help. Indeed, you cannot fight as you have no combat modules. Thus, I shall entrust the task of taking care of Chris to you. While it may be true, hearing that straight up hurts my feelings. You're as kind as I remember, Tony. Huh? Did you say something, Commander? No, it's nothing. Welcome aboard, Tony. Time is tight. Everyone, get your things together, and we'll set out for the safe house outside the city. Yes, Commander! Yo! The recycled assets. I'm trying to think of, like, the first time we saw this background in GFL. I think the first time we saw this background in GFL was Chapter 3. It's really early on. I want to say super early on. I think Chapter 3 is the first time we see this. Is this the safe house the Lieutenant was talking about? Also, I think this is, like, the default background for, like, the forward base camp in GFL. I think they use a snowy background a lot. If nobody had told me beforehand, I wouldn't have believed this unassuming little shack was a vital communication point for defending troops. From the surrounding, we seem to be on the cusp of winter, turning to spring. The heavy snowfall in the mountains is a form of natural protection for us, silently and cleverly concealing our trail. The flying snow enters the safe house as we push open the heavy, frigid wooden door. After a brief period of fumbling around in the darkness, the light bulb and hearth flare to life, once again awakening the warriors standing watch in the lonely mountains. You know what? If this was Girls Frontline, there would have been a mission. It would have been like a puzzle mission to like getting to the safe house. Instead, here they kind of just they transition. They kind of like just like black screen to the safe house. If this was like done, okay. So, like, I know that the fandom doesn't like Matrix mode, but, like, if Matrix mode was more popular, though, there probably would have been a Matrix mode, like, stage, like, in between, like, this chapter, then. So, we probably would have Matrix mode to get to the safe house. That's basically how I would have solved it. Yeah. Again, like, Mica, do you want to make a game, or do you want to make a VN? That's my question. I like it when, like, gameplay is connected to the story, but this kind of feels like Arc System Works games now, because, like, Arc System Works, at this point, the fighting game portion of their fighting games is separate from, like, the visual novel portion. Like, they put in the fighting game part to, like, remind you that, like, you're playing a fighting game, but then, like, you watch, like, a fucking 3-hour, like, VN cutscene. Like, in between fight scenes, though, in Arc System Works games. Like, BlazBlue was pretty bad, but, like, the Persona games are, like, even more bad in Arc System Works games, though. Like, Persona 4, like, especially, like, the Ultimax one, like, is legit, like, a 2-hour cutscene. It's a 2-hour VN thing. Like, in between, like, different fights. So, but BlazBlue, though. BlazBlue was pretty bad, too, though. BlazBlue was super long, like, in between fight scenes. So, I don't know. Like, try to make the gameplay, like, canon correct, or just do a separate thing. I don't fucking know, man. My arm is dead. I need to, like, get blood flowing in my arm right now. This is why I definitely want to do, like, some of the more, like, active, like Switch game streams. I definitely want to get my 3D model working. And I also would love to get, the Wii working again. A lot of my earlier streams was all Wii orientated. I definitely like doing stuff like that. Alright, I'm good. Bring some water. Hopefully, nobody will be pursuing us for the time being. Achoo! Guess it's a little chilly in here. Tony, help me close the door. Chris is lightly dressed, so don't let the coat in. I might be a little clumsy at this sort of work, so I hope you don't mind. Ah, what happened to your arms? I've been trying to hide it, but Tony can still see the darkened skin. It felt a little strange while I was rescuing Chris, but with the cold added to the equation, my wounds are starting to show signs of necrosis. It's okay, it's nothing. Let me help you with that. Rossi opens a first aid kit in the safe house and takes out some bandages and basic medication. As a maid, her movements are deft and precise, but her long-sightedness hampers her. In order to properly assess my wounds, she occasionally leans back a little and squints, trying to ensure that she hasn't missed anything out of her application. This familiar yet adorable sequence amuses and draws a laugh out of me, which I immediately hide with coughing when Rossi questions it. Thank you for your help, Rossi. Your bandaging technique is excellent. Are you professionally trained? Yes, Vane taught me. She is my beloved little sister. You know what? I hope we get to meet Vane in GFL 2. I hope Vane's not dead. Because I think even in GFL 1, like, they allude that, like, Vane might be dead in GFL 1, I think. But, like, they don't say it outright, though. Like, the whole point about G36 leaving, like, her hometown was because Vane left and, like, Rossi wanted to meet her, or G36 wanted to meet her. But, like, they did kind of imply that, like, the war zones were, like, very dangerous and shit. But, like, I do hope that, like, Vane's alive somehow or something. But, like, also I remember, though, like, isn't it, like, a 5-year time difference? It's, like, a 5 or 6 year time difference, right, between, like, GFL 1 and 2? So, there's definitely, like, a higher chance of Vane being dead or something. Actually, wait, now that I think about it, actually, if they wanted to do something cool, they could, like, Naito-ify Vane or something. So, like, Vane could be a playable character in GFL 2 as a Naito. If they want to, like, do the whole Naito thing again. If they want to, like, do the whole, like, coalition unit thing or something. 10-year gap. Ah, gotcha, 10-year gap. 10-year gap is even worse. So, like, yeah, like, Vane is probably dead then. But if we're optimistic, though, if we're optimistic and Vane is alive, then, like, she's either a lot older in GFL 2, or if you want to be half pessimistic, then, like, Vane can either be a cyborg in GFL 2, like Angelina. Oh, yeah, she could totally be, like, a second Angelina character. So, because Angelina was a cyborg, so she could be, like, cyborgified. Or, if you want to be more pessimistic and she's not dead, but, like, we're being half pessimistic, then she might have gotten caught by Paradias and she got turned into a Naito. And maybe she's like, she got some, like, anti-radiation shit in her, right? Like, she's, like, compatible. Maybe she's a little compatible with, like, Lunacia cells or whatever. I'm gonna call it Lunacia shit from now on. So, like, she's got that Lunacia cells in her. So maybe she got turned into a Naito or something. That'd be kind of cool if they ever want to, like, introduce coalition units in GFL 2 or something. It'll be a very, like heartwarming, like, reunion in GFL 2. They'd be like, oh my god, I spent, like, 2 whole games trying to find Vane, and I finally found her or something. Well, they did say she was pretty young, though. She was pretty young in GFL 1. So, like, maybe she's actually the same age as the commander in GFL 1 and 2, hopefully, or something. Which, if she is, then, like, maybe there's a higher chance of her being alive or something. I don't know, though. Lunacia is used like Hashirama. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Like, if you have Lunacia cells, then, like, you have, like, radiation resistance, man. You gotta have radiation resistance if you have Lunacia cells. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. She's compatible. She's compatible. Turn her into a Naito. Remember how like fucking Mashlin, she had like really good. Mashlin had a higher like compatibility than Moradao did, right? Moradao had like half compatibility, but like Mashlin had higher compatibility. And because Mashlin had higher compatibility, Mashlin could like cure the radiation cancer, right? She had like the curable shit. So like maybe they could do that for Vane. Vane could be like an actual important character. So like maybe she can cure radiation or some shit. Vane! I finally found my Emoto or whatever like that. And she'll be like half Naito or some shit. I'm kind of hoping Kalina becomes a major character in GFL 2. But based on what I've seen from teasers though, Kalina's not important, right? Isn't Kalina just a side character? Kalina's not that important, but I kind of hope she gets more important though. Kalina does help the commander, but isn't it technically more like outside help? Like, Kalina doesn't directly help the commander. Kalina just kind of finds out like what the commander is doing, and then like she does stuff that she knows will help out the commander like on the fly or something. I'm actually a little bit torn about finding out right now that like 45 is a playable character again. I was actually kind of hoping that 45 would stay as a support character. I don't know if like maybe like the fan base kind of like clamored for 45 to be playable again or something, but like I was kind of hoping she'd be a support character because like 45's story is done is what I wanted to say. It's like, listen, all the shit that 45 went through, like I think my girl deserves a break, right? She deserves a break. But I guess I'm going to assume that like since like 416, 9, and G11 are playable characters though, I guess maybe the fandom was too strong. Like, everyone was all like, look, Team 404 is back, and there's a new member. Team 404 has a new member now, so 45 has to come back. So she's back now. Like, I was kind of hoping that like 45 would be like an Achikin character. Like 45 would just like give like you know, like information to the group, so that way she doesn't actually have to hold a gun. So it does kind of disappoint me that 45 has to hold a gun again. Like I kind of don't like seeing that. It would have been cool if she had like a more Achikin role, but that's just me though. That's just me. You wonder if Kalina's specifically helping out with the green zone problems? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking too. That's why she's not directly helping the commander, because like the commander is working like in yellow zones and red zones. Like the commander doesn't go to the green zones very often, is what I'm thinking. So like every once in a while the Kalina finds out like, oh, the commander is like doing this thing. So if I do something else, it'll help him out or some shit. So that's what I'm thinking of. As of right now, like when GFL 2 comes out, I don't plan on spending any money like right away. Like I'm not gonna like drop $30 or whatever like that. I'm gonna try to be free to play for at least like 3 months, like 3 to 4 months, assuming I don't drop the game. Assuming I don't drop it. I did drop PNC actually. I was very skeptical of PNC when it first came out, so like I did make my account like when the game launched, but I didn't play the game for like I think 4 months. So like I kind of let the game sit there for like 4 to 5 months, and then like I picked it up again, and guess what? Here I am streaming it. So obviously PNC did something right. It did something right for me, but like I was definitely skeptical of PNC because I was like, oh, like it's the commander, but not the commander. And like, I wasn't really sure how I felt about the whole like virtual reality thing. But I do like the extra backstory. I like the extra backstory for the characters here. My only problem with PNC is that like, it does seem to be like kind of disconnected with GFL verse a little bit. So I'm kind of treating PNC as kind of like a canon fanfiction kind of thing. Until like I see like actual connection between like PNC and GFL2. As of right now, I see no connection, which kind of hurts me a little bit. I know that they had different writers. I know that like there's like different writers for like PNC and GFL, but like I do hope in the future though, like they find a way to connect the game specifically. All I want, like the only thing I'm really asking for from Mica is like, I want one character. I want one PNC, like, OC character to appear, like, in GFL 2. And, like, that would canonize everything for me. That will literally canonize everything. But right now, all the characters we're getting in GFL 2 right now are GFL 1 characters. I mean, sure, some of them are using, like, their PNC names, but, like, the PNC names, technically, are their GFL names. It's just that, like, in GFL, they're given the gun names, obviously. And then, like, in GFL 2, they dropped the whole gun name moniker, so, like, they're using their quote-unquote real names now in GFL 2. So, like, they're just taking the PNC names and putting them in GFL 2, basically. But, like, to me, that's not good enough. That's not good enough to be considered canon still. I need to see, like, fucking... I need to see Persicaria. I want to see Kroku. I gotta see somebody, man. I gotta see somebody. Willow as a reporter, looking reporter, at least. I take that. I take that too, honestly. I think Chansey works in, like, in a fucking Chinese restaurant. Like, I'll take Chansey. Like, no, like, they don't even have to be playable. Like, legit. They don't even need to be playable. I want to see them as a fucking NPC. I'd be happy with that too. Like, the commander goes to, like, a Chinese restaurant. The commander goes to a Chinese restaurant, and I see Chansey. I see Chansey as a fucking NPC. They don't have to know each other. They don't have to know each other or whatever like that. I just want to see them, man. I just want to fucking see them. I mean, of course, I'd be happy, though, if, like, the commander recognizes them. I'd be super happy, you know? Like, I'd be even more happier, like, if they have, like, their memories or something, so that way, like, they actually recognize the commander or some shit. However, I think a lot of pessimistic people like me, I think we're all thinking the same thing, that, like, unfortunately, if PNC gets a real ending, it might be a downer ending, and that, like, if everybody jacks out of Megressi, everybody will lose their memories. Like, that might be a downer ending. And, like, we're all... Okay, all of us are being pessimistic about it because, like, in order for PNC to be real canon, like, there might be some inconsistencies in the plot or something. So, like, the best way, in order for there to not be inconsistencies, is to make it so the way everyone's minds get wiped, and then, like, they won't remember each other anymore. Which would be sad. That'd be very sad for me, you know? So, like, the best thing for me would be, like, again, I made justification for Antonina to join the commander specifically, but Kroku's an engineer. I think Kroku would help out a lot, honestly, you know? Not to mention that shield characters actually are useful in Girls Frontline 2. Kroku would make so much sense as a shotgun character. Kroku would make so much sense. And then, like, her skill would be a grenader. She could, like, be a grenade character, too. So, like, for, like, her shots would be just with a shotgun. And then, like, her skill would just be, like, a grenade or something. And then maybe give her, like, a repair ability or some shit like that, you know? I don't know. Maybe give her, like, an ability to, like, drop a sandbag or some shit. That would be a Kroku. That'd be such a Kroku thing. I don't know. So, like, going back to the whole, like, different rider thing, though, I don't know if, like, maybe, like, there's, like, okay, saying, like, copyright infringement within the same company sounds kind of weird to say, but, like, I have seen this thing before, though, like, in Capcom and in Disney, where, like, even though it's the same parent company, sometimes writers don't like it when other writers use their characters, which sounds kind of weird to say when y'all work for the same company, but, like, I hope Mica doesn't have that. Like, the main writer for PNC, maybe he doesn't want, like, the main writer for GFL2 to use his characters. So, like, that's why we don't see, like, PNC characters in GFL2. I hope that's not the issue, though. But, like, need I remind you, Arknights? Arknights only exist because there was a lot of internal disputes in GFL1. So, because of that, because of those internal disputes, this does make me wonder if there's a similar kind of thing working with PNC and GFL2. Like maybe because of those internal disputes, that's why we don't see PNC characters in GFL2. So, like, it's Arknights all over again. I really hope that's not the reason, but, like, I you know, I'm grasping at straws here, man. I hope not. Dane? I think I heard that story before in GFL1. I mean, like, if you look at the backstory for both Centerossi and KSVK in this game, it's literally copy-paste. is literally a copy and paste backstory from the GFL1 Digimon. Like word for word, bar for bar, it's the same story. It is nothing new, honestly. I think the only thing that you don't see in the KSVK story for Project Neurocloud, it doesn't mention DP12. I think DP12 is not written in there. And maybe it's because they don't know yet if they want to put DP12 in this game. I mean, Lewis is going to be in this game eventually too, so maybe later on we might get DP. But like, what would DP12 be, you know? I'm thinking DP12 might be a specialist if you want to put DP12 in this game. But then like, what would she be though? Like maybe like a defensive specialist or like a buffer or something. I don't know. I can't really see DP12 like being a offensive character, like a warrior or something. That'd be kind of weird. Can you imagine like DP12 with like a sword or something? I can't see that happening. Maybe I could see DP12 as like a sniper, kind of. But like, don't give her a gun though. Like not like a gun sniper, but maybe she'd be like Diane, because Diane's a sniper too. So like, maybe you could give her like, I don't know, like some kind of like. I think DP12 was like a flute player or something. Maybe you could give her like a fucking musical instrument. I don't know. Snipers are weird in this game. like a lot of the snipers aren't even gun users. They use like something else, and then like they use operands to shoot. They shoot operands or whatever like that. So like they could make DP12 into a sniper. That's a nice name. I wish I could have met her. Although you're a civilian doll, just like me, aren't you? What's all this about a little sister then? The logs in the fireplace crackle. A moment later, a glacier of memory begins to melt within the rising warmth. Vane was a human, but I have always thought of her as a little sister. Long ago, I was employed by a military household, and I was responsible for taking care of their daughter. This is how I came to know Vane. She was a kind and sympathetic girl, and she always treated me as part of the family, even going so far as to call me her big sister. Vane loved drawing. She would drag me to the art exhibitions from a young age, where she would enjoy works from various artists. I like drawing too. Alright guys, Chris and Vane OTP. Honestly, this kind of makes me hope for like more of these human characters to be NPC in GFL2. Oh, Chris is a kid here. Wait, that could work. So like, Chris is a kid here. So like, if they want to make like PNC canon to GFL2, we can see Chris like as an adult character, like in GFL2 or something. He'll be all like, Commander, remember me? Wait, I forgot. We don't know him. I forgot. So, like, we don't know him, actually. I keep forgetting that, like, this is technically not the commander. So, like, we're in Sintarasi's memory right now. So, like, we'll just see Chris, but Chris wouldn't know us then. So, like, we're playing as like an intelligence officer. We're playing like an intelligence officer right now. In Sintarasi's memory. I forgot about that shit. I forget already. DP12 wasn't made, so was Sintarasi, and yet they made Sintarasi a warrior in this game. So like, classes don't mean shit in this game. I'm just saying, like, personally, I can't see DP12 as a warrior though. She doesn't seem to have that warrior mentality to me. But then, like, also, like, okay, I remember seeing this, like, on, like, the Reddit and Discord. So, like, I think the developers for PNC, I think they accidentally ran themselves into a development corner. It's hard for them to make medics now. Because, like, I could see DP12 as a medic, but, like, how do you make her different from the medics that we already have? How do you do that? So, like, Florence is already like the best single healer medic we have in the game. Emotep is an offensive healer, and she does damage whenever she heals, like in an area. So Emotep is good with like warrior characters. Persicaria is like your standard healer. Delacy is a support healer, offensive support healer. So she buffs 2 characters specifically. We also have like fucking the Steins Gate dude, but like he's kind of like in a weird spot though, because like he specifically only works with the other Steins Gate characters. Yeah, like I'm not sure how you would work out DP12 to be your own thing, like without accidentally stepping on like the toes of the other healers. Because here's the thing, a healer has to heal, right? So like, how many different variations of like, I heal you, like do you have, right? Like how many times can you do it? Another problem too is that like, they also kind of rid themselves like in a development corner by having other characters do the healing to the point where like you don't need a meta character anymore. Like, oh, take Milau. So Milau, her Digimine, turns her into her healer. Shit. So now Milau works without a healer now. Oh, and Clotho. Clotho Digimine, she can also like heal like whenever she revives people. So yeah, you don't need a healer with that now either. I mean, a healer, I guess, just adds to it or like that. Soshun Digimine also like gets her to heal and shit. Yeah, like a lot of fucking guard characters now are starting to like self-heal, or like a lot of guard characters even are starting to heal like other characters and shit. So what do you do with a new meta character? What do you do? I mean, Florence even like kind of like also stops you from dying too though. Like her Florence's Alma and Scripta. So like when you hit 0 HP, like Florence stops you from dying and she puts a shield on you like 1 time per fight. That's already pretty good, man. And she does that like one time per character. So she could do that for the whole party and shit. Steal enemy heals? That's different. I see where you're going. I see where you're going with it. That is different. That is different. So Delacy is like an offensive support healer. So I guess they could make DP into like a defensive support healer. So like Delacy increases your offense. So they could make DP like increase your defense, I guess. Makes you tankier while she heals. They could do that too. Emotep does damage. Emotep damages as she heals. So Emotep is good for like allergy. She's good for an allergy character. I don't know if they want to do that route with DP or something. Alright, anyway, back to this. Sounds like you and Vane would have become friends if you met. The snow on Cinterossi's blonde hair melts and falls on her palm. Come to think of it, Vane liked dressing up as a boy. Apparently her father got into the habit. She had something that looked like what Chris is wearing now. Ah! Vane is a tomboy. Okay. I think I get what Big Sis Vane was thinking. Chris's words subconsciously draw Cinterossi's attention. No, that's it. So where is Big Sis Vane right now? Vane ended up following in the footsteps of her parents in order to put an end to the war. After graduating from officer school, she was determined to head to the front line. We kept in touch at first, but as the fighting spread, I couldn't even contact her anymore. Yep, and that's what I'm talking about. So there's a very high chance that Vane is dead. And like G36 is looking for her in vain. Hashtag, pun not intended. But yeah, she's probably dead, is what I'm thinking. Vane's probably dead. There's a hint of sadness and confusion in her tone. I believe that Vane is still alive. As long as I keep looking for her, I'll be reunited with her again someday. Oh, they're playing the sad music. I hope that when the day comes, a gunsmoke will no longer hang above our heads. Ooh. So do you guys want to tell her, or should I? Yo, This is so sad because we know GFL2 is a thing. This is so sad. So GFL2 is a thing, and guess what? Rossi's in GFL2. Rossi is still looking for Vayne in GFL2. It's so sad. She's still looking, man. She's still looking. I guess that also means too that like in GFL2 that like maybe Rossi is like hanging with the commander because maybe she thinks that like hanging with the commander will increase her chances of like fighting Vayne or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good bet actually to make, because like if Vayne is like in the regular military, like wouldn't Rossi have better chances of going to the military rather than hanging out in a fucking like you know, like private thing that like the commander is in? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe Rossi could have joined Stasai or something. I feel like a Stasai agent might have been better for Rossi. Because like, doesn't Stasai agents, don't they have like a lot of pull, like in like intelligence and shit? If Rossi joined Stasai, she might be able to like work there for a couple of years and then like rank up and shit, and then like she could use like Stasai like connections to like find out where Vayne is or something. Instead, she ended up joining like fucking Griffin, and like now we're fighting like fucking Paradius and stuff. The only reason that like Rossi would still want to be with the commander in GFL2 is like either because like maybe the human commanders in like the Stasai or like in the military, maybe they're known for being like robot racist, and like Rossi thinks that if she joins those things, she might just die because like she'd be ordered to sacrifice herself or something, and like they won't have a fucking backup server or some shit like Persicaria does. Or like maybe she knows that following the commander's not that good, but she will do it because the commander's not robot racist. So she technically has a higher chance of finding Vayne, only because she knows the commander won't sacrifice her like needlessly. The commander loves his T-dolls. The commander won't just make them suicide bomb themselves or whatever like that. So it's like I know the commander is a wanted man in GFL2, but I'm gonna follow him. I'm still gonna follow him in GFL2 because he's not robot racist, and the commander technically goes everywhere. So I kind of have a good chance of finding Vayne, but like it's a different kind of good chance though. I don't know, man. Stasai seems like they have a backup server though, because like Mona did die, right? Didn't Mona actually die when she was in Stasai, but Stasai has their own backup server, so Mona came back then? Because Mona was not in Griffin at the time. But now Mona is in Griffin. Mona's in Griffin now, but like when Mona was in Stasai though, she was kind of like doing shit with Jay though. Might need to look back at that. I don't get it. Why would Vayne do something so dangerous? Someone like her could have easily take refuge somewhere safe and wait out the war, right? Nowhere is safe now. That's the war that's come this far. She chose to actively intervene to prevent more senseless tragedies from taking place. Tony frowns. Clearly, he still does not understand why the girl before him chose as she did. Is that why you're on the battlefield, Rossi? But we're still ultimately civilian-use service dolls. How can we survive a clash through tough guys like military? If you get hit by an EMP or something, you'll probably die without even knowing what hit you. Even so, I still have to do it. How about you, Tony? Why are you here? I have something I want to do too. The sound of the wind and snow drowns out as the rest of Tony's words. He walks over to the window, gently wipes the condensation away, and quietly studies the contents of of hurt straight of hurts staring right back at him. I lost my mouse. All right. Like, I feel like because like all of this is like a straight story, I need to like break this up with gameplay. Even though I don't have to break it up with gameplay, I feel like I gotta do something. So I will break this up with gameplay. Let's see. Clue 32 and Labyrinth. Defeat power enemies in Ashen Sky. Defeat this Ashen Sky. Clear 6 shot in Ashen Sky. I guess I'm doing Ashen Sky. Alright, I did this one already. Because I could do the quick battle. I can't do extreme because the game says I'm not strong enough to do extreme. This sounds kind of weird. Level up and equip power factors. That's what it keeps telling me, so whatever. So, assuming that they're gonna keep on doing like this tower defense bullshit in the future, like I have read up on like Undini's like Alma Inscripta. A lot of people are saying that like her Alma Inscripta is kind of weird or some shit. They're saying her Alma Inscripta is kind of weird because like it encourages like longer times of having like her summons out, but then like it gives her anti-synergy with Darkstar Hubble. So Undini is not made for like sacrifice teams. So the tower defense maps though are made for Undini because like the tower defense maps they keep Undini on the field. So whenever her Alma Inscripta gets put in, I will Alma Inscripta Undini just for these kind of maps, assuming that like they're gonna keep these maps around. I assume so. Oh shit, not this one. Retreat. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought this was the tower defense thing. Ah, this one's the tower defense thing. Alright, let me get one of these out of the way. I got the two mixed up. Alright, I'll do one of these, and then I'll go back to the story. Arching Band. I don't really want to do the Ashen Skies thing on stream. The Ashen Skies thing on stream, like, it kind of takes a while. It's 5 layers. It's 5 fucking layers. I don't want to do that on stream. I am probably, like, massively over-leveled for this stage. At least until I get to the challenge stages, so this should be pretty easy. I'll use Milo here. I forgot the overclock. Overclock is free. This shit's free. Because I'm massively over leveled, I could probably just do planning mode and like they'll probably be fine, which is good because this will allow me to grab to grab some food really quick. Since like I'm trying not to starve myself when I stream, so like I try to like eat in the middle of it. Oh. Okay, that was just long enough. That was long enough for me to come back. Yeah, it's like, I feel like I'm kind of over-leveled for a lot of this. So it's like, I could probably just do this off-stream and shit. Yeah, it's like, they did this in the last event too, where like, it's all story segments back to back. And I'm pretty sure that's the norm from now on. Oh, wait, now I actually want to know something. So, if I go back to the... If I go back to the fire room... Alright, so, there's Shale. So it's like, if I click on someone like Dupin or something... Oh yeah, so here's what his looks like. That's like the old school way of doing it. Same in too, if I click on like the very first one, which I think is Kuro. So if I go back to Kuro. Yep. So kind of the same thing here. Then if I go over to Flower Room, I go again, theater events. If I go to Shale. Yeah, no, I hate this. Oh, do I hate this. So, I've been told that this is the norm. So, like, they really cheaped out on, like, the character stories now. So, like, you don't get multiple, like, story points anymore. Like, you just get, like, the 2 stories and then that's it. Like, that's all you get. This is all you get. Like, their intro story is just, like, super short. You also don't dig into, like, the combat scenes either, or whatever. Because, like, there's extra story in the combat. Because, like, okay, yeah, so here there's still technically, like, just the 2. Technically. But then, like, when you do the stage, though. When you do the stage, Like, the anomaly areas, like, there's extra stuff in here. Like this shit. You don't get this shit in Shale. Shale doesn't have this. And like, what's kind of cool about these scenes is that like, some of this, like, it does kind of like, also kind of like, give you like, either like, narration from Shale herself, or from the character themselves, or it kind of gives you like the company. Like anything service or whatever, or like, you know, like fucking Savrong Industries, like, it kind of gives you an idea on like why they built the T-Doll or some shit. And we don't get that with Shale. We don't really get that. Yeah, I hate that that's standard. You know what? There's actually... So, like, I'm not gonna say I regret buying the costume, but I will say this, though. There's less interaction here than you would think. It's actually not that much interaction. So it's like, you could tap her head. Come on. Oh, wait, is it because I'm in this? Wait. Alright, for some reason it's not working there. I know I could do it in here, though. You can also click on the cake. Wait, why is my... Ah, shit. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, this happens sometimes. I gotta restart. My clicks aren't registering anymore. So, like, if me restarting the game doesn't work, I might just have to restart the emulator. But yeah, compared to, like, the Persicaria anniversary costume, or, like, even, like, the wedding costumes for some of the other girls, there's actually not that much interaction with that one. Let me play with you, 416. Let me play with you. So you can take the blindfold. It's not even much of a blindfold, but you can take off like the ribbon or something. So yeah, I click on the ribbon. Oh god, I think it's my fucking emulator. Ah, god damn it. Okay, I'm gonna restart the whole thing. It's not letting me like drag and click. So it's gotta be it's gotta be my emulator. Damn it all. It was $10. $10 is relatively cheap for a skin. Especially, honestly, I think Nikkei has, like, ruined what I think is a good deal now for skins. Because, like, I think back then, I wouldn't say $10 is a good deal. But now, it's like, oh god, who wants to spend, like, fucking $60 on a skin? It's like, everything is cheaper compared to $60 now. Unfortunately, Project Neurocloud also has $60 skins, which they had one for Hubble and they had one for Florence. I haven't got any of the $60 skins, but I don't think I will. Alright, can I click on Persicaria? I gotta make sure my click's still working. Oh, there it is. It's working. Why does she need to sweat? Yo, why does she have to sweat? Like, why do robots sweat? Okay, it's working. It's working. Why do they have to make her so fucking spicy? Wait, I'll just CG. What? Is my 416 broken? Wait. Is my 416 seriously broken? EOS. Are you working? It's like for some reason I can't show off 416. I don't know why. Okay, well that's working. That's working. Okay, wait. Is there something wrong with my 416? Can I still mess with Antonita? Wait, what the? What? There it is. Oh look, I took off her shirt. Yep, and I put it back on. Yep. I want to play with you, 416. Let me play with you. All right, I should be able to like try to like tug on her like fucking stockings. So come on. Let me fucking What? Wait, is this something in my settings? I don't think this is gonna change anything. Oh! Oh, wait, is the post-process? Oh, I get it now. I think, like, it's like the post-processing option. So, like, if you turn off the post-processing option, then, like, it gets rid of, like, the doll effects. Alright, so now it works. So, if I click on the cake, there's a cake one. Yeah, see, this is a cake one. There it is. So there's a cake one. There's also like the leg thing. So like, I could try tugging on her stockings. If I remember like which one. Oh, there it is, right there. Who else have you touched like this? Who else? Who else are you sexually harassing? I could do I think the head is just regular. That's the normal one. And I think that's actually surprisingly it. There we go. This the foot. So you could click on the little bean thing right here. And then there's also like the blindfold. I forget. How do I do the blindfold thing? Oh, if you click on her chest, she does a heart. Yep, she does the heart thing. Okay. I kind of forget how to do the blindfold thing. So I know how to take it off though.
来て私に叙勲を。
How do I take it off again? You're supposed to be able to like drag it off, and I can't remember how to do. Oh, there it is. It's the edge. You gotta do the edge. Okay. There it is. Okay, now I can like interact with her. Yeah. So like you can't interact with her when she still has like the ribbon thing on. And then like I don't know how to like get it back on her. There's supposed to be a way to get it back on her, but I guess to be fair, you could always just kind of like just like alt tab or like just kind of like go to another screen. But like I forget how to do it though. Yeah, I forget how. But yeah, that's it though. That's it. Like not as much as you would think it is. Like it's a very spicy live 2D, but there's actually like not that much interaction with it. There's more interaction with some of the other characters though. I think even Kuroku has some pretty nice ones. I think I could tug on her ribbon? No? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you could tug on her little garter. You could tug on her garter thing, and she gets mad at you. That one is not an expensive one. I think it's only the expensive ones that actually have like a lot of like interaction and shit. The Undine one was kind of lackluster, I remember. What costumes do I have for 416? Bro, I have like 3 fucking costumes for 416. They need to stop doing this to me. They gotta stop doing this to me. Oh shit, I haven't done my gacha yet. It still says free. I haven't done my gacha yet. Let me go ahead and just get this out of the way. I forgot. I've just been going like the past few days like without touching it. I really did forget. Oh, and then Kimi. They put Kimi back in because Kimi has her wedding dress outfit now. So they want players to be able to grab Kimi. Which I do want to grab. But I want to see how lucky. A couple of skins in 416 is in GFL 2's waiting for me. I know, bro. I know. They're gonna make me buy it. They're gonna make me buy it, man. All right. 10 free pull. I know that like if you're a new player, then like you gotta pull for EOS instead. But like I already have EOS, so I don't have to get her. All right. All right. Streamer luck. Streamer luck. Oh! 3 purples? 3 purples? Gold. Oh! No! No way! No! Yo! 2 golds! 2 golds! That's the best. That is the luckiest. That is the luckiest I've been. Okay, Evelyn. Okay, I already had fucking Evelyn. Okay, whatever. What about the second one? What about the second one? Don't do this to me, game. Don't do this to me. Oh! Bro, yo. I got that from the freebie. I got that from the freebie, the free 10. The free 10. This is good. This means I can actually use my actual, like, my search tickets on Kimi, because I need to get Kimi. This is the equivalent of the game just giving me Centaurosi for free. I just got it for free, basically. Oh, I think that's the first time I've gotten two, like 2 gold units, 2 3 stars. I think it's the first time. Oh, I have everybody. Okay, so there was no one new here I could have gotten. Oh, look at that, Evelyn and Centaurosi. Look at that shit. Look at that 10. 10 pull. 10 fucking pull. Yeah. All right, come on. Is Kimi gonna come home? Come on, Kimi, come home. Come home. One purple. Damn. I mean, like, I guess you can't be that lucky, right? I'm at 16. I'm at 16 out of 60 right now. But, like, guaranteed 3 stars. 3 stars. Oh, 2 purples. 2 purples. That's fair. That's fair. I'm at 26. 26 out of 60. Can I get Kimi for, like, the guaranteed 3 star? Oh, 2 purples. 2 purples. Oh! Is that Kimi? Is that Kimi? Tell me that's Kimi. That's 30. I've only did 30 pulls. Oh yeah, Lamb got her Alma Inscripta, but, like, it's already been power crept though. Like, we got Lamb Alma Inscripta too late, I think, on EN server. You're like, God damn it, Chelsea. Yo, what the? That's 3 Chelseas. That's 3 fucking Chelseas. You prankster, get out of here. Get out of here. Don't you have, like, Python to be bothering or something? Oh no, it's Evelyn, right? Evelyn's always the one to, like having to take care of, like, I think it's Florence. It's Florence and Chelsea. Florence and Chelsea keep doing pranks and shit, so Evelyn's the one that always has to keep on catching them. No! I got Nanika. I wonder if you can justify Nanika in GFL2 somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how you could justify her, but maybe she could be just justified. That's 30 pulls. That sucks. I'm at 2 out of 60, so yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to dip into my quartz sand. I got a very cute girl with black hair like I wanted. Oh, 2 purples. 2 purples. Oh! Yo, that's fat. That's a quick. That is a quick second gold unit. Kimi? Kimi? Shit, I'm getting kind of nervous.
君が教授
Nuh.
どこかで会ったような
Oh, I saw the 2 stars. I got worried. I got worried for a second. Oh! Ah! Yeah! Yeah, boy! Alright, cool. I got all the characters I wanted for the stream. There we go, baby! And then... Okay, there's an exclamation point there. Why is there an exclamation point there? Alright, it's one of you guys. Where's the dot? Where's the dot? Oh, no, not one of you. Okay. Oh, it's Tony. That's where the dot's coming from. It's from Tony. Yep, there it is. Wait a minute. Does Tony even have a job in Magressi? Wait, he's kind of worthless because can't all the agents just kind of project themselves like a fucking new form whenever they want to? So what does he do? What does he fucking do? It's okay, wait, I can kind of justify V though, because V's a surgeon, but V can help out with medical shit though. So V can help out Panakia and the rest of the medical dolls since he's a surgeon. But yeah, but no, but he's a hairstylist. That's completely different. That is so different from what V does though. So V is a face. She specializes in face surgery, or whatever like that. V's plastic surgery or whatever. So V does have medical knowledge, so she can help out when it comes to helping the commander or the professor or whatever. If the professor gets hurt, but also because she has medical knowledge, she can also help out with just medical stuff in general. A hairstylist does not overlap with any medical field though. There is no overlap at all. So I'm trying to think of what other knowledge does he have that could possibly help out. So the only thing I can think of that he does if he keeps his job or whatever, I guess people would go to him, the agents. The agents would go to him and be like, yo, Tony, my hair, I think I want to try a new hairstyle. And then since they can just project whatever they want, I guess Tony just talks to them and shit. So he's oh, I think you should try twin tails. He just gives them advice basically. It's oh yeah, I think you look good with twin tail. Maybe have a ribbon. Maybe you should go with a ribbon. All these scissors and shit, they don't do anything for Tony anymore because he doesn't have to cut hair. He doesn't have to comb or whatever like that. So he really is just for consultation now. He just just helps you out with the projection, or it's oh, you want to try dyeing your hair? You want to have blue hair or something? And then in Magressi, the agents kind of just poof it. They just poof their own projection. Yeah, his job is definitely kind of worthless. All he could do is give advice, basically. That's all he could do, just give advice. The fucking entertainment girls have more usage than Tony does. Because they're entertainment. Entertainment's always useful, you know? Nora is still writing books, or whatever shit like that, you know? You know what? Yanni was not useful in the Copley sector, which is kind of stupid because like this was like the one part where like they could have put Yanni in the story. Because I don't know there's gonna be like another water section, like in Magressi. Because like that's literally his whole fucking deal. His whole fucking deal is water. So like they left him out of like the only water sector in the entirety of Magressi. I kind of felt like wasted potential right there. We went to outer space, and shit like that. Oh, Willow has a... Even Willow can do shit. Willow's like a fucking news reporter. She could just report on news, like in like fucking Oasis. Like, yeah, like her job still works and shit. Yeah, I just can't justify Tony. Like, Tony just helps out with projections now, basically. That's kind of funny though. That's legit funny that like I just realized that. Oh, I'm still missing one. And then like they are currently selling the wedding outfits for like Earhart. They're selling the wedding outfits for Earhart and Kimi right now. So I already bought Earhart earlier, and like now I got one for Kimi. And it comes with a free oath ring, but like I already have some oath rings anyway. But it does come with some projection vouchers, which are pretty nice. So like I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Which, before I do that, oh, do I have enough Google points? Oh, I should let that really quick. If I have enough Google points to get like a discount, I will definitely use those. Because like for Google Play, you can like also for Google Play you can also like get like a discount and shit for Project NeuroCloud. It's like $5 or some shit like that. I'll take the discount. I will take the discount. I gotta log in. I gotta log into my Google Play account. Google Play points. Google Play points. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let me see. Put that on screen really quick. Project NeuroCloud. I don't have enough. So like $8. This is an $8 coupon. $8 coupon for 400 play points. I am at 227. So not yet. Not yet. I guess that will have to wait. All right, that means I'm just gonna pay full price. I'll pay full price. No Black Friday sale. No, unfortunately, no Black Friday sale. I'm getting 18 play points right now. Ah, payment successful. Ah, shit. Nice. I did like Kimi's character story. I did like it when it came out. I didn't marry Earhart yet because she's not intimacy 15. So like I'll get her there the old-fashioned way. I'm not that into Earhart, but I do really like Kimi. So Kimi, I don't mind fast tracking her actually to intimacy 15. I don't mind this. If I remember right, Kimi's supposed to be she's supposed to be like for like ultimate teams or something. But like ultimate spam teams. She has a niche, but I think it's a niche that like I'm not using right now. Honestly, I've just been using Darkstar Hubble sacrifice teams for everything right now. If I need a secondary team, then like I just use a regular like EOS or like 416 team or something. Love me. $108. 108 afternoon teas and 4 Odins. That's a lot of tea. You know what? I do find it kind of weird that like in Girls Frontline, the girls start with like 50 affection, so you only need to give them like 50 cake to get to max. In this game, they start at 1. They start like at the low, at 0. Everyone starts off at 0, so you gotta like get them all the way up. Although I guess it kind of makes sense from a gameplay standpoint, because in Girls Frontline, you can actually like lose affection. In this game, there's no way to lose affection though. There's no way to lose the affection. You don't have to worry about your girls getting like heavily damaged, like you do in Girls Frontline. That means no damage dart. No damage dart in this game, which I think is fine. We don't need to see the girls get down to like 5 HP or some shit. Establish oath. Hell yeah. I'ma do it. I'ma do it. A lovely meadow leaf fills the chapter, while flower petals and doves flutter through the air at the other end of the walkway. A familiar figure waits for you, filled with expectation. I like that she doesn't have like a Western-styled wedding dress. She's got like the more Asian-styled one here. How would she respond to your feeling?
想像もしておりませんでした。けれど、あなた様とならば神に誓いましょう。生涯あなた様だけをお慕い申し上げると。
Yo, the commander is a fucking robot fucker. Like, no, compared to Nikkei. At least in Nikkei, like, the Nikkei girls are technically cyborgs, they have a human brain, but these are just straight up just robots. The commander is such a robot fucker. The commander is a robo guy. The fucking signature like barely matters because like they do this like weird effect where like the signature kind of breaks apart. So like it almost doesn't matter. Nickname. Nah, that's too generic. Too generic. Too generic. Fucking Raymu. You're a Raymu from now on. Also, you're red. He had like the same fucking color scheme. You are now Reimu. I feel bad. I kind of want to change it now. Too late. It's fucking raining out there. Wait, if I remember right, if it's raining out there, that means like there's rain where I live or something. Oh, not there. Because like if you actually do the thing where like if you like do like the weather shit or some shit, then like oh, my thing got reset. Oh. Okay, wait, that's incorrect. Oh, I had to reinstall the game. Wait, would it not remember that if I had to reinstall the game? Huh. Okay, that's not where I'm at. Oh, I gotta look this up. Longitude and longitude. Let me see. 36, 115. All right. 36, 115. So. $30. 36 and 115. North and west. North and west. North and west. There we go. Okay. So, like, the only reason why you want to do this is if you actually want, like, the weather effects to, like, affect, like, where you're at or some shit. If you want to. If you want to. Month, hour 3. There it is. Yep. And then also, like, the daytime. The daytime and shit, too, so... So like when it's daytime, it's daytime. If it's raining where you're at, then like it'll rain like in here and shit. It's kind of fun. I kind of like this. It's fun. It's fun. Alright. I just oathed her, so obviously I gotta go and see the oath story as well. Cause they get like a secondary oath story. Yeah. Sorry, Rossi. This is more important. I took a break from Rossi's like fucking like wartime story just to go on a wedding date with Kimi. Rossi, your story is way too real, man. Your story's too depressing. Rossi brought me back to GFL. Today is a day off. I stroll about the oasis sometime after dinner. I come upon the Kirinu Yume shrine on the outskirts. Dinner. So like eating is weird in Magressi. So the agents have to eat though. That's the weird part. So Magressi is data. Magressi is made out of data. And the air is operants. The ground is operants. Everything is operants. So it's like, by breathing? Or just, I don't know, like, you would think that just by breathing or existing, they absorb operants from the air around them. But that's actually not how that works, though. So, like, every person has their own operant storage within their body. I guess we could call that like their blood. Everyone has their operant blood in their body. And in order to replenish their operants, they have to eat. Everybody has to eat like operant food or whatever like that. Even though they live in the fucking server. They shouldn't have to eat, but they all eat anyway. Including the commander. The commander has to eat too or whatever shit because like his body is also made out of data, so he has to make sure he eats like data food, so that way he doesn't die, because you can actually starve to death in Megressi. In Girls Frontline, they're robots. So in Girls Frontline, eating is like optional. The girls don't have to eat in Girls Frontline. They had to charge. So like they literally just plug themselves in, which we've seen a few times. We've seen Team 404 like plug themselves in, and we've seen Anti-Rain like plug themselves in like inside the basin, whatever like that. So like that's what they do in Girls Frontline. They don't have to eat. But in Megressi, like they actually had to simulate like living like a person though. So like nobody plugs themselves in Megressi. There's no such thing as a fucking charge port. Everybody actually has to eat a fucking meal. The thing is that like, what I find weird about that though, is that like, that kind of simulation doesn't make sense to me, like in the context of Megressi, because Megressi is made to be like a testing ground for like the agents or like the dolls in a like controlled environment, so they could like get more data on their skill sets. So like, Python is a military doll, so Python can like practice his shit in a safe space or whatever. Oh, Octagon is an explosive doll, so Octagon can explode shit in Megressi without affecting the real world. Kroku is an engineer, so Kroku can like build shit without having to worry about like the real world ramifications of like using steel and metal and stuff. Like that makes sense, right? That makes sense. Even Choco makes sense too, because Choco's a cook. Choco's like a chef or whatever. Choco's a bakery girl, so Choco makes chocolate and whatever. She makes snacks, so she can practice cooking in Megressi and stuff. But like, of all the things they have to simulate in Megressi, eating is like the one thing that makes no sense to me, because they don't eat in real life. Nobody has to eat in real life. They fucking stick themselves on a power outlet and they charge. So it's kind of weird that they would simulate the eating part that humans do, because like the Megressi was made mostly for the T-dolls anyway. It wasn't made for humans. Like the only humans that were even put in here was like the commander and the professor. Like that's like the only two that was ever put in here. Other than that though, like the eating like kind of just whatever. Do they farm operants though? Yes, they do. They do. Again, that's the weird part. No, actually, wait. That one kind of makes sense. Emotep. Emotep makes mention that they do have to farm so they could feed the animals. like they had to grow like tomato. They had to like fucking like grow like tomatoes and like rice and beans or whatever shit like that, because like Emotep and I guess like the cats too, like Shale and like Betty and stuff. Oh, and Abigail has her dog, so like they have to grow food so they can make food, so that way they can feed it to the pets, and then they also use that food to cook for themselves as well. It just like the cooking part makes sense. Oh, Chansey. So Chansey also like is a Chinese cookbot or whatever like that. So Chansey can like practice her cooking or whatever like that. But yeah, they shouldn't have to eat though. That's just basically what I'm getting at though. They shouldn't have to eat, but they do have to eat or whatever. Otherwise they're starved to death. Because like that was the thing in Copley sector. We saw a little bit of like that in the Copley sector, where like the admin there was like eating like fucking like operant rations. Operant rations, according to the agents, they don't taste good. But like, you know, like they give you operants, which is what they need to live. But like the Oasis is different. The Oasis makes food, so that way they have like tasty food to eat and shit. They do have to grow food. That's the weird part. So like they have to grow like rice and tomatoes and potatoes and apple trees or whatever like that. It's odd. Like they can't just materialize the food out of nothing. They literally have to cook. They actually have to cook the food. So like from what I understood from like the factories in the Oasis, it's like there's actually a little bit of lore behind it too. It's like they literally cannot manifest like a building. They can't do that. Like if the professor, if the player character, if the commander professor wants to make like a new building for like storage or whatever, if he wants to make like a weapons building or something, they literally cannot just use operands and just formulate it. They can't do that. What they have to do though, they use those operands to form it into like fucking like steel beams and like wood and screws and shit. And then they have to have construction T-dolls. They had to have construction dolls take those materials and actually construct a building. So, if Kroku wants to make like a robot, for example, like her Aegis robot, if Kroku wants to make an Aegis robot, she literally cannot just form an Aegis. She actually needs to like use the operand factory to make like metal beams and shit, and then she'll use those metal beams to make the robot. It's weird. Like, Magressi is strangely realistic that way. They can't just materialize anything they want. They have to like start from scratch. So they cannot just make food. They have to grow food, and then they have to make food from that. And they can't just make buildings. They have to like materialize the material for the buildings and then build from those materials. Yeah, it's odd. But I guess to be fair, Magressi's meant to be a simulation, so I guess they just wanted to be like as real as possible. Because they can taste. Like the professor and Persicara, they can taste coffee and shit. And every Valentine's event, they always talk about the chocolate. They're like, oh my god, chocolate makes the best chocolate ever and whatever. So they all had taste buds, which they do have taste buds in real life. Like in their T-doll form, they have taste buds. Like WAD 2000 likes chocolate ice cream, like specifically, WAD 2000 likes chocolate ice cream. But again, in the real world, WAD 2000 doesn't need to eat though. They eat if they have like extra money to like drink coffee at Springfield's coffee shop or something. Other than that though, they just charge. They just kind of like plug themselves in or like that. Which is technically what they do every day when they go to sleep, quote unquote. Again, the Griffin base is very nice to T-doll. Everyone has a fucking bedroom in the Griffin base, which is like way nicer than like how like humanity treats the T-dolls. So it's like in the Griffin base, everybody has a bedroom or whatever like that. So like I have to assume like when they go to sleep for the night, they kind of like just plug themselves into the wall outlet and then they power down. They power down so they could like recharge. So like it kind of makes them seem human in that regard. Can you imagine though, like if you want to have like a gaming session, like a long gaming session, like an RPG or something? Can you imagine like if you wanted to tell yourself you didn't feel like eating, so you could just like plug yourself into the wall outlet while you play like fucking Final Fantasy? I wouldn't mind doing that, honestly. Like, especially like when I do my 24-hour live streams. When I do my 24-hour live streams, I have to eat, obviously, like in the middle of the live stream. But if I could do a 24-hour live stream and like fucking plug myself into the wall outlet, I totally would. I so would. But I gotta eat. I'm human. I gotta eat and shit. And, you know. I hear Nora's voice coming from within before I am halfway across the premises with. I'm so done for. Zangian's going to catch me again. She haunts me like a spirit from beyond the grave. Man, how do you make a lazy robot? They really did make them like super realistic in the future. Yeah, lazy robot. Isn't that like the exact opposite of like what a robot's supposed to be though? Like a robot is supposed to serve humanity. Can you imagine like making like a robot cook for you? Like a cooking robot. Imagine buying a cooking robot in the future to make you meals, and then you're hungry. So you're just like, hey, cook robot, like make me dinner. Can you imagine if the cook robot was all like, I don't feel like it? It's like, what do you mean you don't feel like it? That's what you were built for. You're literally here to make me food. And you're saying you don't feel like it, you know? It's like... Oh shit, can you imagine having like a fucking soldier robot who's afraid of dying? Wouldn't that be also kind of weird too? Like you're in a war, right? We're in a war setting. Imagine having like a fucking like soldier robot. You get them like a fucking like assault rifle and shit. And like you're like, all right guys, like go and fight. Imagine if like the whole entire like robot platoon is all like, I'm afraid of dying. It's like, you're robots. Like, we're just gonna make another one of you and shit. Like, I'm human. I'm flesh and blood. You're supposed to go out there and fight and shit. You know, like it wouldn't make much sense. I remember, like, I think this is a Girls Frontline thing too. I think they do mention that like IOP does their best to like make humanoid-looking robots or whatever, because like there are some dolls that like have a smoking addiction or whatever, smoking cigarettes or whatever, or like alcoholic. We have like alcoholic robots and shit. Why would you ever want to construct an alcoholic robot? Gimme, I beseech thee, let me hide down the shrine. There's no chance Zangian will find me here, as simple-minded as she is. Hey, rather than seek escape, you had to settle on a premise for your new work. It would both satisfy the fans and soothe your own mind. Inspiration doesn't simply come to me on the wind. I can't do it. I just can't. What about asking what the gods think? Professor? Honestly, like, Kimi as a robot makes sense, though, because, like, religion is definitely going to be a thing in the future. But however, being a priestess or a priest or whatever, it's definitely, like, a very thankless job. And, like, I could definitely see... I mean, actually, it's already becoming a problem now. Like, less and less people want to be a priest or priestess. So it's like, people want to worship. People still want to worship and shit. But, like, no one wants to be in that position themselves, though. So, robot priests and priestesses, I could definitely see it as a thing in the future. Draw some secret lots and ask the guys upstairs what they think. If they agree, we'll help hide you away. But if you draw a Suikichi, be good and go back to what we're Zangian, okay? I happen to have something I want to ask of the gods as well. Hope you don't mind if I draw lots with you, Nora. Kimi quietly looks at me, her expression changing from one of surprise to an understanding smile. As I speak, Kimi produces a container for the lots. This world is fickle, and troubles abound. And when we are uncertain, it is often good to seek divine guidance, lest our thoughts remain clouded. Kimi has prepared the sacred lots for you. I lightly shake my tube of lots, and Nora soon follows. Might you make a wish with us, Kimi? You've helped us realize so many wishes of ours. Surely, you have some of your own. Kimi's wishes. Oh, I already understand the fucking story for this now. It's like, oh, Kimi doesn't have any wishes, except Kimi wishes to be with the professor or whatever like that. Like that's gonna be the cliche. That'd be the cliche they go with here. I have no wish but to be with you. Honestly, this actually kind of makes me more sad when I think about the oath in like Girls Frontline and shit. It's like the commander like makes all these oaths and shit with the T-dolls saying like how he's gonna be with them forever. And then we know in GFL2, we could see into the future basically. In GFL2, only like a handful, like a small handful of these girls, like they get to follow the commander, you know, and shit like that in GFL2. It's like, who do we have in GFL2 that's in GFL1? We got Sabrina, we have KSVK, we got all of Team 404. Anti-Rain is nowhere to be seen. I have to assume that Anti-Rain is just gone. There's no more Anti-Rain no more. Dandelion is still a thing. So that kind of makes me wonder, like, That kind of makes me wonder, like, is Dandelion like her own person? Or like, did Dandelion like fuse into like a new Lunacia or some shit like that? I'm going to assume that like, maybe the plot twist for Dandelion is that like, she stopped trying to fuse to become like Lunacia, and she's gonna be like, you know what? I'm my own person. Like, I'm not gonna try and be Lunacia anymore. So like, I am Dandelion. Because like, Dandelion, when we first met her, she had like the same idea as Eliza does. Eliza wants to be Lunacia, because that's what they were made for. Eliza wants to be Lunacia, Dandelion wants to be Lunacia, all the Naitos want to be Lunacia. Like, that's what they were made for, so like, they think that. But maybe Dandelion like breaks away from that. She realizes that like, you know, the person Lunacia died a long time ago should never be that person. So she decides to be her own person, or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. Who else is in GFL 2? Oh, DP12. DP12's in GFL 2. So DP12 and KSPK get to be together again. Diane and Jangyu are in GFL 2. And then we got a lot of OCs. We got a lot of OC characters in GFL 2. She thinks back to when the figure before her visited the shrine. Before the autumn festival, an outreach hand as she lay exhausted, leading her out of the bog of stagnation. Kami-sama. Calling for me. Ah, look it. Now we're going to like through Kimi's perspective, because we can actually see the professor here. And then like if you choose the guy or girl professor, it'll show like the appropriate like thing. Which, by the way, funny enough, this first person view, this second person view of seeing the professor, this was actually first shown to us in Steins Gate. Like, Steins Gate is actually the first time we're seeing like this PNG file of like the male and female professor. Prior to Steins Gate, we actually never had like a PNG file for the professor. They have it in CGs though. We've seen the professor in CGs, but like only in CGs though. Like we either see them like as a background character or something, or maybe like they'd be like the main focus for like the CG, but we've never had the professor in a second party viewpoint, like where they're just talking like the dialogue boxes. We've only seen them like as part of like the graphical background or something. So Steins Gate was actually the invention of the PNGs, which is pretty interesting. Esteemed professor. Haha, no need to be so courtly. Just professor's fine. You're finally awake, Kimi. You catch a code, sleeping outside time of the autumn. And they even fucking catch a code? Shit, now I'm actually starting to wonder if they can catch a code. So, they obviously can't catch a code in real life when they're in T-Dolls, but Megressi's so realistic. So, now I'm starting to wonder if like the Megressi agents can actually get sick. Like, if the Megressi agents were like made to like simulate like the common code and whatever. So like, you can have like someone like fucking like Evelyn get like a fucking fever just because she was like chasing Chelsea and Florence too much or something. Go rest inside if you're so tired. Erudite in speech, a most personable body temperature, and a most soothing smile, all seemingly a blessing bestowed upon her by the divinities in those autumn days. You know what? I also have to wonder too, though, like, how accurate the civilian, like, doll bodies were, like, towards feelings and shit. I would have to imagine T-doll bodies are more robust or something, but I do wonder, like, for like, dolls like Kimi and stuff like that, like, for dolls like Kimi and Betty, like, do they actually have, like, accurate sensors? Or, like, is it, like, just bad sensors or whatever? G36 is probably, like, an exception to that rule, since, like, G36 is, like, a top-of-the-line model or something, but I wonder if characters like Tony, for example, like, if Tony just, like, has, like, the very basics of, like, sensors or whatever for that. I don't know. I wonder. She keeps in mind this boon with her entire being, and this further hope sprouted. As reminded by the one who holds her heart, she seems to have glimpsed into a side of her that should not belong to a Miko. A flustered silver mingles with her embarrassment. Could you tell me what it is? Kimi. Professor! Wishes stop being magical if you say them out loud. We're starting. Nora closes her eyes, shaking her container after muttering her prayers. I follow, closing my eyes. Kimi calms her wandering thoughts, giving her container a light shake. Patter. The lots fall into the table. The girl picks them up, noting our numbers and retrieving the corresponding results. Ah, Sukuichi! Ah, crap! What about you two? Let me see. Both Daikeiichi? So that means the professor and Kimi got the best luck, and then Nora got the worst luck. And these two bylines are the exact same. Oh wow, like they couldn't make the fucking marriage thing even more obvious. Two tiny pieces of paper, both imprinted with the same line. Sakura strings, binding passions, two hearts to get the content. Wow! Fucking wow! They really did, guys. They really... I know that we're obviously playing, like, the wedding, like, the wedding episode, but, like, they could not make, like, the wedding oath, like, more obvious than this, though. Super duper obvious. I sneakily gazed at Kimi. A shade of red crept into her face at some point in time. Could these bylines be guidance, as if the gods had looked into our thoughts? So we know T-dolls can blush, actually. I don't know, like, how. I don't know what kind of technology they're using in the future for, like, their skin or something. But we know they can blush because in GFL, I know they made anti-rain girls blush a few times in certain cutscenes. And I think Team 404 has also blushed a few times. I know the main characters have blushed before, but I don't know, like, how they, like, sci-fi, like, scientifically wise did it, though. Two hearts, together, content. Huh. Oh, I see. I see now. I got some matters to attend to. No need to accompany me out. Nora swiftly departs with the wave of her hand, though not forgetting to blink at me a few times. Silence claims the shrine once more. You should take your time to rest up after the day's work. We should be grateful for how leisurely the past days have been. When summer rolls around, I feel the shrine will be bustling like a Sunday market again. Again, it does feel kind of hard to, like, try and, like, pinpoint, like, in canon, like, where these events happen. Because, like, they're making it seem like it's been a few days, according to this line. But, like, when could that have possibly happened, though? Because in the campaign, it almost seems like the chapters happen, like, back-to-back or something. Chapters 0 and 1 definitely happened back-to-back. There was no time for that. But then, like, Chapter 2, there's a little bit of a lull. But then Chapters 4, 5, and 6 definitely happened back-to-back, though. Because, like, 4, 5, and 6 is, like, the start of, like, the Entropic Invasion. There's no rest time, like, for those ones or something. And then, like, maybe after Chapter 6, there might be, like, a little bit of leeway again or something. And then, like, any holiday event that happens with Soul, like, has to happen, like, before Chapter 9. I think it's Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is, like, when Soul, like, bites the bucket or whatever, so, like, it definitely has to happen before then. Kimi will make proper preparations. You would not be disappointed, Professor. See? You're always like this. All aloof and unconcerned with worldly matters on the outside. But you care about those around you more than anyone else. With how gentle you hear others, you must be a blessing on the oasis from above. Or perhaps, not just on the oasis, but on me as well. Kimi stops and stares at me, lowering her head with embarrassment a mere moment later. Professor, what's on your mind? Today really has been special, to draw the same byline as you, Professor. Yeah, though I wonder what those words mean. Sakura strings, binding passions, two hearts, together content. Pure sentiments of love from the heart, taking roots many moons ago, when the two find happiness together, the clouds and gloom were part for their joyous faces. Thus, spake the gods. I'm not sure that's supposed to be spake or spoke. Spake is a word, but I wonder if spoke is meant to be used there because, like, spoke is more commonly used. Spake is kind of out of... Oh, wait, now that makes sense now. I was gonna say, like, spake is a little old-fashioned, but then Kimi is old-fashioned. So, that kind of makes sense in context then. But yeah, nobody uses the word spake anymore. They use spoke now. But the one I have eyes for sees not my petition, and hears not my words. Kimi, could you help me with such troubles? I do my best impression of a troubled lovebird. Eh? Professor, you mean... Seeing Kimi flush with red, I put away my teasing smile, sincerely extending my hand. I would treasure this blessing bestowed upon me, and swear an eternal oath with you, Kimi. Would you wish for the same, Kimi? She looks deeply into me as starlight stirs in her eyes. Can Kimi really? There are so many dolls around you, Professor. An oath is a promise to be by someone's side for your lifetime. You've been with me at the Oasis all this time, trusting and counseling me unconditionally. I have no right to simply disregard them. So please, Miss Miko, swear this oath with me. Will you, Kimi? When Kimi was lost, it was you who gave me counsel, so I could be free again, Professor. Kimi has few other fortes. To think that you would ask me to swear an oath with you in such a state, Professor, I am bewildered. But Kimi does not want to lose this opportunity, because it is you, Professor. Kimi is willing, absolutely. She hurriedly takes my hand in hers. I do not hesitate, clasping her hand tightly and holding her close. Miko who serves the gods, stay your gaze on me if you would. Kimi has eyes only for you right now, Professor. As Kimi suggested, we hold our oath ceremony at the Kuryomi Shrine. Oh, we don't go to the wedding chapel this time! Because, like, in all the other ones, we go to the wedding chapel. Changing into proper garb in the morning, I arrive at the shrine as planned. She awaits me outside, clad in a brilliant white, contrasting the myriad shapes and colors in the distance. She radiates a heavenly luster, with the red parasol in hand, undoubtedly the most stunning existence in this realm of sakura and snow. The cloud is not quite reality, and I'm afraid the ritual may not be so reproduced. I hope you don't mind so much, Kimi. Kimi is already overjoyed that you would endeavor to hold a ceremony in the Shinzen style, Professor. After offering prayers and partake in San Kudo, I read my words of commitment. Kimi adds her name at the end, vowing to bind her heart with mine. We exchange rings and make offerings to the gods. Thus, our vows are complete. Yes. We prepare to return to the Oasis inner layers, with her hand in mine, but an incident comes our way surprisingly quickly. A string on one of Kimi's clog snaps, and she topples. Thankfully, I react quickly, seizing her waist and steadying her body. Ah! The string broke. It is frowned upon to say such as broken and cut. She swallows the words she intended to speak, worry on her countenance. These are not good omens. Devotion comes from the heart, not our worldly circumstances. You told me this before, Kimi. Where is this fluster coming from? Professor, how can a single pair of shoes be enough to make you question it all? I simply scoop her up by her waist. Professor! Professor. Are you going to turn me down, Kimi? No, it's just that We are still before the gods. I lower my head, snuggling up to her pink-red face. Her voice grows quieter and quieter as I look at her until she digs her head into my chest. Her muffled articulation's unbelievably cute. Professor. A pious believer holds another type of desire for an emissary of God. Speak your wish, Miss Miko. Kimi is worried. Why? Kimi knows that such acts sully the shrine's sanctity and is looked down upon by the gods. But even so, Kimi cannot suppress the part of her desires to be close with you. The gods have seen us take our vows. They would surely wish for us to support each other, with love in our hearts. Perhaps this is the first trial they have set for us. Though, if you mind so much, let's have a change of scenery. It's fine, Professor. Here we're due. Eh? A great gust blows through, scattering sakura petals like diffused snow. Her hood drifts away upon the wind like the petals, freeing her raven locks. They freely fall into my hands, entwining around my fingertips. She rises slightly in my embrace, her two arms around my neck. She gently pecks at my face so softly one might mistake it for a touch of a fallen petal. The sprinkled sakura forms a misty veil, placing the divide between us, and the gods that recited yonder. When we met, I mistook you for a god. To think of it now, perhaps it was no fallacy of chance. Kimi beseeches countless deities to fulfill everyone's wishes, yet Kimi's own wishes, only one god can fulfill. You. If pure white is the color of purity, then implication must be the color of the oath holder. Kimi shall accompany you forevermore, and your figure shall be in my every memory. Every part of her emanates sincerity, from her captivated and enamored eyes to her hopelessly romantic words. The petals settle into a pink-red carpet beneath us. I lay her down upon the ground, the sky her cover, and earth her bedding. I warm her with my embrace. If some call a person who bestows upon them healing a god out of gratitude, then what is stopping you from being my goddess? I hope the goddess will forgive this sacrilegious act of mine. Don't say such things, Professor. Kimi is willing to have this body be proof of our oath. A slip of paper comes drifting upon the wind. They slowly landing on the shrine Shinboku after making a few circles. Upon it is gracefully written, Sakura strings, binding passions, two hearts, together content. Sakura petals fall like rain, the spring never ending. No doubt, the ones who drew their lots here today have had their wishes answered. That's a good, I like that. That's a good one. That's really good. I'm actually also like now reminded that like I didn't get any stories for like the characters that don't have wedding dresses, like Roku. Like I got Kroku Oath, but like Kroku don't have a thing, unfortunately. I got Antonina Oath, but like Antonina don't have a thing either. I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed with that. I mean, they essentially had to make like a new cutscene. So like, I guess it makes sense like why not everybody has one? Still though. Oh yeah, I got time for that. I do need to... I gotta put Kimi in the dormitory. Even though she's already at intimacy 15, she could get more intimacy since she's oath. So I do want to put her in. Those two still need to get it. Oh, Milos. Is there a shrine maiden thingy? No, I don't have a shrine maiden thingy.
温かな力が流れ込んでくるのを感じるんです。
Felix and Boney.
私は与えられた使命を果たしてみせます。絶対に。
I'm seeing if anyone here like doesn't need to be in the dorms if they're like already maxed out or something. A lot of these characters still need to get like more affection. Except Milau. Since like being in the dorms, it does like increase the affection they get. Oh. There it is. I kind of forget if like being in the Altrium gets some affection as well. I kind of forget if this does or not. Because like this is not a dorm. It's not a dorm, so I kind of forget if it does. I'll put Lamb in here though. Let me see who else is like not a max affection. So get rid of you. You. Evelyn still needs it. Centaurossi's maxed out. Fresno. I can't. Fresno's maxed out. I can take her out. You. I could do like all the Steins Gate characters. Everyone else here is already at affection 15. Sakia isn't. But like, when the fuck am I ever using Sakia? Oh, Chelsea's maxed out. Octagon is not maxed out. Oh yeah, Mai's maxed out. Because I got her all unscripted. I'm pretty sure this counts. I think this counts. I believe this counts. V is maxed out, and I don't plan on oathing V, honestly. I usually try to keep the oaths, honestly, like strictly to like the wedding dress characters now, other than like my favorites. Like, obviously I did oath like Persicaria and like 416 and whatever, but like now though, I'm definitely trying to restrict my oath certificates like to just wedding dress characters, so like that makes more sense to me, since like those characters have like an extra cutscene like associated with them. Makes sense, you know? Makes sense. All my scripted characters, like, obviously have, max affection or whatever.
Mirai no Oasis wa dou natte iru n deshou? 今の私にとってオアシスはもはや単なる拠点ではありません。ここにはいくつもの尊い思い出が刻まれている。
I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I got some errands to run in the morning, so like I'm gonna go ahead and stop it here. I'm gonna grab myself something to eat for dinner, and thanks for hanging out for the Friday stream, everyone. We will catch up for the Saturday stream. Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got for today. Hopefully, for the Saturday stream, I don't start like an ungodly bad time again. I want to do earlier streams, but I keep doing them late for some reason. So, thanks for